2022, 6:30 City Council special meeting. We'll record attendance. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Here.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right. So,
I'm sorry, was Councilor Anderson Burgos here or
he's
not?
here. He's here.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Anderson Burgos?
He's here.
Bartley?
Here.
Givner?
Here.
Jordan?
Here.
Maldonado Velez?
Here.
McGee?
Here.
McGivern?
Here.
Murphy Rumboletti?
Here.
Israel Rivera?
Here.
Jenny Rivera?
Here.
Tallman? Bacon?
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
That'd be nice.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America.
the City of Holyoke.
And the City Council.
All right, so before we get started, make a motion to take a roll call vote for the purpose that this meeting will be that all motions to receive referred items can remove items from the table, place them on the table, package them together, or suspend the rules unless there's an objection. This is our new procedure.
moved.
All those
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. What? Oh, we got to do it. Okay, so we got to record that as a roll call. So the clerk will call the roll with regards to that
All right.
new system we have to do.
Anderson Burgos?
I'm sorry, what are we voting for?
This is just so we do suspending the rules because we have people at home. Since you're not in the chamber, we'd have to do a roll call for every single item, but by doing this, it allows us to proceed as normal.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. Okay, yes. Mine, I'm a yes.
Sorry, just before we continue, did you pull a name or are we just going to start with?
Councilor Anderson Burgos was pulled first, so.
Okay, perfect. Anderson Burgos? Bartley?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
I'm sorry.
Maldonado
Yes.
Velez?
Yep.
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
All right, so that
11 yeas.
one's approved. So next, just before we get started, so Councilor Anderson Burgos will be going first for the votes. Also, just want to recognize Councilor Bartley, your birthday. Happy birthday, his 21st birthday.
We hear he's quite the singer.
You snuck
Quite the
that by.
singer, dancer, but happy birthday, Councilor.
You snuck that by.
Next is items that were laid on the table. Item one, any
A motion to take up item one.
motion to take up item one off the table? All those in favor?
And
All opposed?
Aye.
Committee on ordinance was referred.
Point of order?
Yep,
Yeah, Mr. President, under point of order.
yep.
It's been brought to my attention, and I noticed his name wasn't called in the roll call, Councilor Puello, and it's been brought to my attention he's been expelled from the membership. And I would like to have an understanding as to why. First of all, it should be reported to the membership if any counselor out of this body has been removed off the body. I think it's required, but even if it weren't required, I think it's in good form that I know we're supposed to be notified of resignations. I don't believe there's a resignation. I believe he was removed, so I'm understanding. And so my question is, what is the basis for the removal? And it obviously brings into question all the votes that may be taking place here. More specifically, I understand that perhaps it has something to do with him being convicted of a crime. And so the question is, what crime has he been convicted of? This body, I believe, has been pretty judicious in not getting involved in his personal issues down in Rhode Island or whereabouts, just basically what we read in the newspaper. And I think all of us have been careful not to wade into that one way or the other on a dual premise, one, that all people are innocent until proven guilty, and number two is whatever that is going to happen, and then he'll have to take the consequences, whatever they are. But having said that, my understanding is that process is not complete, but that over the last short period of time, some decision was made to have him removed off the body, citing perhaps Section 46 of the Charter. So I would like to understand what exactly is going on, because if that is not lawful, then it jeopardizes any of the things that we're doing here tonight, potentially. And we need to, as a matter of procedure, understand, as this is clearly a matter that affects the entire body, what's going on. We haven't been provided any legal opinions, no memos, no calls, no anything. So what's going on here?
Well, there's no item on the table for it, so that's why it wasn't brought up. But seeing how you are bringing up that issue, we have the legal department here.
Oh, good.
We can suspend the rules to allow legal to...
Sure. Make a motion to suspend the rules to allow the law department to address the body.
All right, so motion is to allow the legal department to answer questions. It was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And here I...
Under discussion before we vote?
Yep, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. I would appreciate anything from the legal department that we need to know, but I would caution all of us that we have a standing, it's not even a policy, it's just common sense, is we police ourselves, we don't police others.
Right.
And we're not here to discuss the facts or the situation or any discussion whatsoever as pertaining to what is going on with another counselor. If the other counselor is no longer a counselor for whatever reason, yesterday I received a text that he had resigned prior to the Finance Committee meeting. I found out today that that's not the case, but I hear that there is something going on. I agree that we should know, but we should not be discussing facts.
I don't disagree. That's why I stated in the beginning that there's nothing on our agenda. That's why nothing was brought forward tonight. However, with that said, there is a question. There is a motion. It was seconded. I'd ask us to, as Councilor McGivern is saying, is be cautious of what we say due to pending legal matters that are out there. And with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? And that turn over to, I believe, Kathy and Mike are on. And turn over to legal.
Good evening, councilors. A question has been raised, and I want to be clear that the counselor has not been removed. That is really not an accurate statement. And we have to be very careful of what we say here. And that's why you don't have a legal opinion in front of you. We had gotten information this past Tuesday that brought into question section 46 of the city charter. And given this information, the law department, we discussed it and determined that section 46 has served to render the Ward 2 seat vacant. Now, I understand that the normal process, and people want to know why. The problem is we can't say why, because we're talking about a person's Fifth Amendment rights, we're talking about civil rights, and we cannot, it's a pending criminal matter, we simply cannot divulge the information that we have. But it is important that we make this decision, and it was made. And it has to do somewhat for what Councilor Jourdain was saying, because given our opinion, any votes that are taken could be jeopardized because we have someone who is not on the council anymore. So if someone is absent or they're abstained because of conflict of interest, we could have some real problems there. That's why the decision had to be made. I apologize for not being able to go into greater depth with you, but that's the fact that we have right now. So I'm asking that suffice for now, for this period of time. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Counselor Jordan, then Counselor Bacon, then Counselor McGivern.
Okay. Let me begin. And again, Kathy, you know I have a lot of respect for you, and I will just say, though, that removing a sitting city councilor from office, declaring his seat vacant by virtue of claiming that he is in violation of the city charter is a major ordeal. Matter of fact, sort of has flashes of something that might have occurred 8 months ago to it. And there was much fanfare relative to that issue.
No comparison, brother.
Which was...
Stop.
Do not compare me to that, please.
Order, please. Order, mute. We're not... Once again, I'm going to remind the council, this is a very sensitive issue. Be very careful of what we say because of the pending legal matter. We are not going to go back and forth against each other on this issue. Address the question, deal with the legal question before you, and that would be it. That's what I'm respectfully asking. Thank you.
Yep. Continuing, we have a sitting city councilor being removed, citing Section 46 of the Charter. The only way that could happen would be that the incumbent was convicted of a crime, punishable by imprisonment. So there has to be this allegation that the person has been convicted of a crime, punishable by imprisonment. That's what the sentence reads. In order to say that declare his seat vacant and him removed and not allow this person to come to the meetings, this decision had to be made by somebody. First of all, what authority does this individual, who is making this decision, number one? Number two, what are the facts in support of this? This person was duly elected to office. His constituents have a right to know what exactly the city is alleging he did, that he was a conviction, and conviction of a crime, by the way. I'd like to hear what the crime is. To say, we can't tell you, you're just removed from office. Well, does that mean tomorrow I'm removed from office too? But we just can't tell the umpteen thousands of people that voted for me that I'm removed from office too? We can't tell you, Counselor Jordan, you're just gone. Maybe I'm gone in 10 minutes, I don't know. What happened here? We need facts. People have a right to know if someone was removed for cause. That's fine. And I guess there's all kinds of pending things, but this particular, as I understand it, says conviction of a crime. What is the crime? What is the conviction? What happened? Where did it occur? What's going on? Inform the people of Ward 2, who I happen to represent along with others. The public has a right to know that. And I'm not in any way condoning or getting involved or weighing in one way or the other on Puello's troubles down in Rhode Island. That's between him and the people, the legal process of Rhode Island. But as far as this goes, I am concerned about process and making sure we're following the law so that we're not liable in an action against the city for depriving somebody of their constitutional rights and to have the disenfranchisement of the rights of the people of Ward 2 who elected this person. They have a right to know transparently this person has been removed for this specific reason. What is it? That is a big, we can't tell you you're just out of office. That ain't cutting it. So we need that. And I want to know, what is the legal justification not to inform the public of the right to know the grounds for this person's removal? Thank you.
All right, next
May I
was,
answer that question?
go ahead. It's illegal.
Yes, let's be clear. Mr. Coelho knows, okay? He knows of the charges against him. He knows why. He knows what happened. And we're trying not to keep information away from the council, certainly, or from the people of Holyoke. But we have to be very careful here because we do not want to, by stating this publicly, violate his rights of, to not incriminate himself, his rights not to have his civil rights violated. This is more about protecting Mr. Coelho, and it's very important that we do so. So, like I said before, I'm sorry that we can't give any information, but I can tell you that Mr. Coelho knows what's happening here. It's not like we're just saying, "Oh, you're off the council. We're not going to tell you why." He knows. Thank you.
Councilor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as a matter of process, I'm interested to know who raised the question and who had standing to cause this action. Because it didn't come from the city council.
No.
You
want me
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yes, this was something that the law department needed to look through. You're right, it wasn't a city councilor that said, "Hey, what's going on with this?" Because, we couldn't say, and that's been what has been maintained. But we were looking at the charter, and we do have information, and that's what caused us. So you're asking about authority?
So my question to clarify is, in the charter, the city council, the mayor, and in certain circumstances, heads of department have the ability to ask our legal department for an opinion. So I'm asking, who asked for the opinion?
Right now or beforehand? I can tell you.
Who asked for the opinion that led to the decision that this councilor's position was vacant? Who raised the question?
I believe it was Councilor Lisa Ball, Attorney Ball.
Okay. Thank you.
Next is Councilor McGivern.
It's established that, and obviously the city council can do nothing, so we have done nothing. And we are being told for the first time publicly that Ward 2 is vacant. Has the city clerk been notified that Ward 2 is vacant?
Yes.
And how was she notified?
I do believe a letter was sent to her.
Thank you.
Next is Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. For me, it's crazy that the last time that somebody tried to bring up any of this stuff, we weren't allowed to speak on it. And now this time we're having a whole 15 to 20 minute session on it. And this session, this special meeting is not specifically for this, but it's going to end up taking most of the time. So for me, it's like, can we take control of the meeting and move forward and take up the items that are actually on the agenda and move on? Because if we couldn't talk about it the last time because of all these legalities and all this stuff, how are we able to talk about it now for this? Why? Because some people want to be entertained and hear these issues. They can send emails, make phone calls, and talk to the same people that we could all do. This is a special meeting. We have certain things that we're meeting about, and this is not it's not on the table technically. So I don't understand how we're wasting time on this. Thank you.
All right, so one point of order, Councilor Tallman is now present online. With that, with regards to the question, a legal question was asked. As I pointed out earlier, there's no item on the agenda, but a legal question was asked, a motion was made, it was seconded, the body voted to ask that legal question, and that's why we're now where we are. Seeing no one further, item one, which was to
Excuse
remove.
me.
Yep.
I had a point of order, and the point of order is First of all, let me explain, because we have a newer member here who doesn't understand how points of order apparently work. Points of order are raised under the rules which govern all of these meetings. So the issue is a member has been excluded from the meeting for unknown grounds. And I expect that we would receive a legal opinion justifying how all of this is being done legally. That says, one, the law department has the authority to just vacate members off this body in their opinion, their interpretation. They can just do that? Under what grounds? Can we have something in writing? I mean, we put legal opinions about the most minuscule topics, but yet on process about the removal of a member, a sitting member of this body, we have no legal opinion.
Counselor Jordan, if that is a motion, I'll second it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make a motion under this to follow up that there should be one, I will request a legal opinion to continue this for more discussion later. Two, that what authority is there to do this, and that the law department is the decider of this? Who made this decision? We don't know any of this. And there hasn't been, and by the way, it isn't about what you told Puello. It's about what you're telling the public. The public has a right to know what the quote-unquote the conviction of a crime, whatever this is. There should be an explanation that says what these facts are. That's basic government transparency. So I would ask for a legal opinion to, and I'm happy to put it after this meeting. Obviously, I'm not prepared here at my desk at the moment, but if the body would be willing to indulge, I'm happy to put it into writing, the specific request, but it's going to be basically of those nature and of those questions, and I would ask the law department to respond to the body. And I believe we've also heard from Attorney Bissonnette previously that it's the council that is the determiner of the qualifications of the membership as well. I believe that's also mentioned in the charter. So it'll be interesting to see who determines what's a crime and what's a conviction and all these questions. Apparently, these are all known only to the law department.
All right, so you're going to follow up with an order later.
So I'll make a motion to have a legal opinion, and if the body's willing to indulge, I will be transparent and put the language out there, but that's what I would like to do. If you're in favor of that, I will do that, and we'll move on.
Second.
Is this going to be an executive session or no?
I'll let you determine that, Mr. President. If you think that's wise, then that's fine by me. But how about we get the legal opinion first, if that sounds fair?
Well, you want the legal opinion in executive session.
Okay, well, don't release it until you determine. I'm just going to
Not for me to determine. The
think
question
Ernie
is, are you
has
going to
his-
put it in executive session, which will be released later. All executive sessions at some point get
That's
released.
right. I'm just requesting that they do a legal opinion. How it gets disseminated, I'm willing to, they think it's best to be in executive session, that's fine. Not in executive session, that's fine.
Right,
Whatever.
so
But
Counselor McGivern was next with a question.
Would it just help to have the letter that was sent to the city clerk?
It's a letter from the legal department. I have a copy here. It says personal and confidential. Is this something I can provide now from the legal department?
Yes, because we were concerned about dissemination, and yes, that would be okay because it's general enough. And that's the thing, if we're going to do this in executive session, yes. But as Council President McGee said, and it's very important, that even in executive session, those minutes, once certified, they will be released to the public. And again, I can't stress this enough, we're doing this to protect Will Puello. That's what this is about. Believe me, it's not just something that we're making a willy-nilly decision. It's too important to, just make this decision lightly. That's not what's happening. But we can meet in executive session to give you more information. That's something we can do.
All right, so it's fine, Counselor, to read this letter, you're saying? Yes?
Actually,
Because it was sent to the clerk.
yes.
Okay.
Technically considered public record once
Right.
it's given to me, I believe.
All right, so here, I'll read this letter, which, once again, it said personal confidential on my desk, so I didn't know if I had the authority yet. So now that I do, it's on the record. September 1st, 2022, from the Law Department, hand-delivered to William Puello, 958 Main Street, Holyoke, Mass., Ward 2 vacancy. Dear Mr. Puello, I'm writing to you regarding information that this office received on Tuesday, August 30th, 2022, and it's with regards to Section 46 of the City Charter, which reads as follows. Any office established under or by this act, except for the office of Superintendent of Schools, shall become vacant if the incumbent ceases to be a resident of the city, the conviction of the incumbent of such office of a crime punishable by imprisonment shall operate to create the vacancy in the office held by him. In light of the information that the office has received and as discussed with you on the August 31st, 2022, your seat as Ward 2 City Councilor has been vacated since August 10th, 2022. I've informed the City Clerk to accept your letter of resignation that you offered to submit on August 31st, 2022. Please know that the City will not seek to recover payment of benefits given to you prior to the date of this letter, but given that your seat is vacant, the City, as of the date of this letter, will not be paying you the stipend paid by the City Councilors, nor will you be eligible for benefits that you may have been receiving as a City Councilor. It is unfortunate these circumstances create the vacancy of your seat as the Holyoke City Councilor. Very truly yours, Kathy E. Deegan, the Assistant City Solicitor. So with that, Councilor Givner, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my question was answered. I was just wondering if something would be read to justify what's going on, and I would like to echo Councilor Rivera's statement that we brought up Mr. Puello's absence when he wasn't able to attend. We were told that there was nothing we could do about it. Now we're being told he's not present, and that basically the law department is handling it. And I'm just curious as to whether or not we're going to continue with this meeting, because it's a special city council meeting. There's no public comment. So I would really like us to move forward. Thank you.
Anyone further?
So, Mr.
Councilor
President,
Dane.
yeah, just again, this letter begins to be helpful, at least it states, but in it, it doesn't say any of the facts. Again, for the benefit of the public, that states what's the conviction, what's the crime, what's the removal, what is going on here. So I just wanted to again hear from them a legal opinion with the facts and circumstances around the removal and the basis for the removal. And so the request for a legal opinion, that motion stands.
And is
We'll
second.
call for an executive session
Okay.
to get an update to the questions.
Can we have something in writing in advance of this, though?
I think normally.
And given to
executive
us at the
session,
meeting to
I think,
discuss?
yeah, that's normally how it is. In executive session, they will provide it there, and then it has to be retrieved back.
Yeah, because I want to be able to prepare and review what the grounds are, so, I can do my homework and due diligence.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
Just a word of caution.
Yep.
I have no problem with the legal opinion. I think the issues are important. It's not this body that has taken any action, and I don't think there is any action this body can take, and I've already said that. But if we receive a legal opinion to discuss something and it becomes a personnel issue, the individual has a right to be in that meeting.
Correct.
That's right.
Correct.
That's right.
Councilor Jenny Rivera.
Hi, I'm just going to echo what Izzy said. Councilor Givner said as well. Our Ward 2 residents have gone already 4 to 5 months without any kind of notice of what's happened with Puello. So I don't see why that should be addressed in this special meeting today. Should not be a concern. When I feel when the law department is ready to give us more information, we will get it. But if our residents from Ward 2 has had no information about anything for the last 4 to 5 months, today should not be an issue. It's not on the agenda. Thank you.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Yeah, I just want to state for the record, I will not take part in any of this conversation. I want none of it, nothing at all. Thank you, just for the record.
On the
All right,
motion?
so there was a motion for a legal opinion. It was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? I'm not sure. Show of hands as to for a legal opinion. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7. So that passes, and that will be asked for an executive session. All right.
On to item number 1, Mr. President.
Item number 1, Committee on Ordinances referred in order that the city amend Hoyoke zoning ordinance to site plan review, section 710-65B, recommend that be adopted.
So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and pass the first reading. And you all have the legal form, and it addresses 3 separate orders, but it's on one sheet. And it was attached to this one that was tabled, I'm told.
So I have that here. So motion received, adopt, pass the first reading. Or discussion, Councilor Bacon?
So this was the cleanup for the planning part that had included major site plan review. And our director of the planning department had stipulated, and we had also approved funding through the marijuana funds for the person that does these reviews in that office. And so what we've done is simply remove the major site plan portion, but leave in the other planning review functions that the planning department continues to do.
Anyone further? Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And motion that the passage be enrolled.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will
Ordained,
call a
I'm
roll.
sorry.
No. Clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for item 1.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yep.
A clarification, Mr. President. Are we voting for all 3?
No, just
Just
the
the-
top one on the planning.
Right.
Thank you. Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. Item 2 that was laid on the table.
Motion to take item 2 off the
Motion to take
table?
up item 2 off the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Committee on Ordinance who was referred in order that until residents are offered an opportunity to meet in the neighborhood with public officials and public boards, making a decision to zero neighborhood input, the city should not suspend any funds. The cost of the new building, including any schools, having considered and recommended that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the committee went back and forth on this quite a bit, but there was agreement that in terms of the process and making sure that the people most affected would be informed before funding was voted from the council. And there have been points made that this would have to happen well before that, because all of the things that would affect the neighborhood will happen before we're voting on the money in terms of the planning and development of a new building. So I would note that following a lot of discussion, the committee unanimously felt that it should remain in the arena of the open meeting law under the jurisdiction of the council and the president or the designee. But the significant thing being that the meeting should take place before the appropriation of the money. And Councilor McGivern made a point earlier that it should happen well before the appropriation of the money, but that's under our ability to set up once a location is determined. We're not limited in any way as to when that could be established. So you have that legal form before you, and it's really to ensure that those most affected would be specially notified, but it definitely, and this is feedback from other committee members, is not only limited to the people that would be immediately affected, because certainly a project like this affects everybody in the community. So it was felt that this would be near the people most affected, but certainly open to the whole public in the way to be inclusive and transparent.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I'm sorry for being late. I'm not on this issue, but if you could put my name on both the Finance Committee jackets and the Public Service Committee jackets, please.
Thank you. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, on this issue. So I did file this order a bit ago, but there's been a lot of great discussion, very helpful, even at the last city council meeting. I know there's really great input, and I supported all of it. The point is to get something, as I said in capital letters, in the neighborhood. There's no implication that it was going to be exclusive to the neighborhood. I don't think that was ever, those words were ever said. I mean, but I could see where confusion could come in. But when you have a development that's going to have that kind of impact potentially, that is going to affect abutters and neighbors proximate to the development site, to think that that we can't take the extra step by having a meeting right there as close as possible, I think that's unfair. So that's why I filed the order, because it's just been my experience here, Mr. President, seeing, I know sometimes about 6, 7, up to 10, maybe 12 people come up to a microphone, but I don't think that's necessarily representative of how something could impact really a neighborhood or a section of the city. And my hope is that with the proper public notice that we give for public hearings, even though, Mr. President, my experience in that regard isn't great either, but I think it's, as far as attendance, but if we have the public hearings right in the neighborhood, my hope is that we'll really get some people to turn out, and we'll really get some positive feedback, and it'll help everybody. It'll help the city move forward. So I would just say thank you to the Ordinance Committee and all the other people on this council that have pitched in, because I think this thing reads pretty well. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
I did attend a meeting a couple of meetings in the Ordinance Committee and stated, and I think there's agreement, is that, neighborhood meetings are very important. Don't need an ordinance to have a neighborhood meeting, but I understand Councilor Bartley's proposal on large, especially on large projects, school buildings, fire headquarters, police headquarters, fire stations. And it is important. But it was my comments that Councilor Bacon just cited, that it's not an ordinance that should be at the time a mayor is asking us to borrow, to bond for the paying of the construction. It's a meeting that should take place, first, and all our building committees, whether they're schools or a public building within the city side, our site plan review, selection committees, and design. Site plan is the first. Where is the building going to be? Second is design. Does design fit the neighborhood? Does the design fit the needs of the schools, the police department, the fire department? And, thirdly is, as design and buildings go forward, changes are made, and certainly we understand by the time it comes to the city council, all these decisions have been made. So to have a neighborhood meeting after all the decisions have been made makes no sense. Neighborhood meetings should take part in the very early process of the site plan review committee itself and design, sorry. And I thought there was an amendment in committee to include language that would note that in this ordinance itself, because like I said, we don't need an ordinance to have a neighborhood meeting.
Counselor Bacon?
Yes, I just want to clarify that in the legal language, it does specify during the design phase, so that it would be happening there. It's the second sentence. So it backs it up away from the specific money order.
Anyone further? So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the change here.
Anderson Burgos.
Yes.
Bartley.
Yes.
Givner.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Maldonado Velez.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes?
McGivern.
No.
Murphy Ramboletti.
Yes.
Israel Rivera. Jenny Rivera.
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve that one. On to petitions. Item 3, the Gas and Electric Department requests a permission to locate a line of wires, cables, poles, and fixtures. Essex Street alleyway between Beach and Oak. So petition for poles. Motion would be to receive and set up
Public
public hearing.
Motion
So moved.
receive and set up the public hearing?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? October 4th. It's already done. Look at that. October 4th. Efficiency. Reports of committee. Ordinance Committee. 4A. Committee on Ordinance was referred in order from AACO Really Corp., 380 Dwight Street. Have considered the same, recommend that the order be referred to the Law Department to investigate the matter and report the findings back to the committee.
So,
Just hold on 1 second because we have those at home. So Councilor Maldonado Velez, Councilor Givner, Councilor Rivera, are you signing off on 4A?
Council Tallman, too.
this is ordinance.
It's ordinance.
Oh, for ordinance,
Ordinance.
sorry. My bad.
Mr. President, can I say I sign up on all of them for the ordinance?
So you sign off on all. Okay. So with that, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is to receive, adopt, under discussion.
So this was a very unusual circumstance. And so I think, to be fair, to summarize it briefly, because it was fairly complicated, we have a situation where there is an issue between a tenant and the landlord, but it does also relate to the special permit. And so it is not the job of the committee to be the hearing body for a complaint. So I believe we successfully addressed the process and put it in the right cubby, because within our ordinances, legal can coordinate with a department head to address complaints under our ordinances where they should be properly addressed. And so we put things back in the right order, but we do need to hear back from them. There has been, since our meeting and this recommendation to the body, further correspondence, and I have corresponded back to the special permit holder to say any changes to their permit need to have an application for amendment filed with the city, and we'll set up a public hearing. And it was clarified that relative to signs, The sign ordinance prevails where the marijuana ordinance does not. So that is about as simple as I can make it, but I think it's where it belongs. But I know that our legal department is here, and I just am counting on them to get back to us on it, because I really think it's only fair. We just recently had 2 special permit holders come in for amendments to their special permit, and I think we need to be equitable in how we follow through on our ordinances. Thank you.
Anyone further?
I could.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is very unique, as Councilor Bacon said, and kind of unusual to see something like before us, because we are not an enforcement body. We have no power to do so, but certainly if the enforcement body, any enforcement body within the city of Holyoke is not doing their job, bringing it to our attention is one thing. I just want to make sure my read is correct. By voting on this, we are not agreeing or disagreeing with the complaint of AACO Realty. We are merely saying that we want the correct and appropriate city department to look at this complaint, investigate it, and let us know what's going on.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it says.
Thank you.
Seeing no one further, this motion is to receive, adopt the committee report, to refer to the legal department, coordinate with the building commissioner, investigate the matter, and report its findings back. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? B, command an ordinance to refer an order resident on 326 Elm Street would like a handicap sign.
Motion.
This side house removed is no longer needed. Motion to receive and adopt. Councilor Bacon.
It's as it says, no longer needed, so we're just cleaning up the ordinance book.
All right, so motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk call roll for 4B to remove the sign.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
We vote you approve that one. 4C, command an ordinance to refer to special permit application for 420 Ray Street, using the building for recreational adult use marijuana manufacturing establishment, having considered the same adopted with the following conditions. The owners of the building will always pay commercial property tax rates to the extent allowed by federal, state, and local laws for the duration of the permit. That the business retains a minimum of 30% of Holyoke residents for non-security jobs. That hiring preference be given to security personnel that are retired Holyoke police officers or retired members of another police department who now live in the city of Holyoke. That no marijuana consumption is allowed on site. That after-hour operations be set according to city ordinances. That the applicant must always abide by Massachusetts general law for Cannabis Control Commission. That petitioner's application shall confirm with the city's state health laws, rules, and regulations regarding odor nuisance control for duration of the permit, and that a response to the letter of the planning department dated 8/23/22 be accepted by the planning department, where the applicant will meet any further open items for the planning department. Motion is receive and adopt and approve the special permit with conditions. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you already said the motion to receive and adopt and approve the special permit. Relative to condition number 8, we did, after our meeting, receive a follow-up letter from planning, and all the open items were addressed, with one remaining item related to how the backup would be powered at the site. So the applicant has agreed to follow up on that. Verbally, I believe they stated to us it would be battery backup, but they've agreed to follow up with planning in that regard. So the application was otherwise complete, and that's that.
Thank you. Anyone further? Seeing none, so motion to receive and grant the special permit with conditions. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti is abstaining. Israel Rivera,
Yes?
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas, 1 abstain.
Your motion to approve that one. 4D, command ordinance was referred in order that Appendix A of Section 2-35 of our ordinances be amended to have the position of Assistant Procurement Officer and Grant Manager for the Police Department. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Bacon.
So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and pass the first
Motion to
reading.
receive, adopt, pass first reading. Under discussion?
So if members of the council will recall, we had approved these positions, and this was the last step so that they're properly listed so that the departments can move ahead and fill them.
Okay. Anyone further? Seeing none, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion
reading?
pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 4D.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Absolutely, yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera, Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas.
Your vote, you approve that one. 4E, command ordinance was referred in order that ordinance 26-33 be examined and updated to reflect the current position, responsibilities of the current position. Recommend it be adopted. Counselor Bacon.
Mr. President, before I make my motion, can I just confirm that the legal form that you have includes the stipend amount of $4,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee well, actually, this is an ordinance form,
Yes.
so we need a first reading.
Yep. Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Under discussion, Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. So our emergency management director came in and reviewed the specifics of the position. And as some of us who've been on the council for a while know, it was full-time, then it was almost essentially eliminated, then now it's part-time on a stipend. And his goal was to be more specific and precise about the role and what is actually done by the person in the role. And at this time, it remains in the structure that it is, but he wanted to have the responsibilities more clearly delineated. And so that's what you have before you for amending the ordinance.
Seeing no one, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion to
reading?
pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 4E.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that one. 4F, committee on ordinance was referred in order that section 86-321 of the city parking ordinance be amended by striking the following: Northampton Street East, a point 20 feet north of closure, a point 200 feet north of closure, 2-hour parking, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. If considered, recommended that the order be adopted as amended. The parking ordinance motion will be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in this case, the actual language that you're looking at needed to be amended to accomplish what was needed. And the desired change that the committee voted unanimously to do was to keep the no parking in front of the bank and to add removed the no parking in front of the dentist office. So I trust that the new measurements achieve that goal.
So pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Sorry, someone had a question. Sorry. Councilor Tallman.
No, I just want to thank the ordinance committee and thank Councilor Bartley and Councilor Anderson Burgos. That this is an issue that's been going on for a couple of years, especially affecting the dentist office and some of the patients there. So I just want to thank the committee for the work they've done on this issue.
Thank you. So motion is passed first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion passed the second
Motion
reading.
is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the amendment.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Yes.
McGivern, Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 4G, committee on ordinance was referred in order that the city council vote to amend 710 to include the following definitions to reflect the language from the State Cannabis Control Commission, which is marijuana courier, marijuana delivery operator. Recommend that the order be adopted and amended, removing the reference to a special permit to the definition. Motion be to receive
Motion
and
to
adopt.
Receive, adopt, and pass the first reading.
Pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor Bacon.
In this case, it was really to add the definitions so that we were in alignment with the Cannabis Commission and the differences between one type of delivery and another.
So motion is passed the first. Oh, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make a motion, I'm just gonna make a comment. So I'm not gonna vote for this, unfortunately. To carve an exception for one item, to remove the city council's special permit authority is, to me, it's,
We eliminated that sentence,
is it,
Counselor.
well, it says in here, a marijuana courier
Right.
does not require a special permit.
Right, but
Counselor
if I may.
Yep.
It was as amended from the president, and the legal form
Oh,
should have that last sentence removed as was read into the record on the amendment. For under marijuana courier.
Yes.
I don't see it.
Well, we
I'll
have the
stand
old,
corrected.
on our agenda, it is not amended, but in the legal form, it should not be there, and I believe I read it, and it is not there.
So
It would be right here. This-
There is an awful lot of paper that we sort through, so
marijuana
it's easy.
courier, that sentence was removed from here.
Okay.
This is just the language of the original order. That's
So that was the original order,
Correct.
and now the
But the
amended
legal
order.
form should just have that last sentence removed.
It cannot
Under
wholesale.
courier.
So under courier, the copy I have from legal is an entity licensed to deliver furnished marijuana products, marijuana accessories, goods directly to the consumer from a licensed marijuana retailer. It cannot wholesale, warehouse, process, repackage, or white label these products.
Right, perfect.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, council, anyone else? No? So pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion
reading.
is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for G.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Voting for that one. 4H, committee on ordinance was referred in order that the health director, building commissioner, and other city officials meet ASAP with the ordinance committee to discuss odor mitigation for marijuana entities in Holyoke, adding to the marijuana special permit. Have considered recommend that the order be adopted. Councilor Bacon.
So motion to receive and adopt the committee report and pass the first reading.
Motion to receive and adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion.
So we had a number of meetings on this, and we had a number of pieces of information presented to us through the public hearing process. And this is an ongoing and evolving matter that is being addressed within the industry, particularly in states that have been involved in this a lot longer than we have. At the end of the day, we provided some information to the planning department for reference, and we asked our city attorney, Mike Bissonette, to put it in legal form in a way that causes our ordinance to address it specifically, and that people that are applying for permits will need to follow the best practice as it is evolving, because it's difficult to put specifics into the ordinance. And we have also specifically put in language that compliance will occur through the Board of Health relative to this matter, rather than leaving it under the Building Commission, which all other aspects of the ordinance fall under. So I think it is perhaps a little more general than some people might like, but on the other hand, I do think it gives us the ability to ask good questions on the applications and make sure that we're still working for that win-win in the community and abutting residents and businesses. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor McGivern.
If I could just, through the chair, just ask a quick question. The Board of Health Director, when he weighed in on this, was he in agreement that he could do this under?
Yes.
Okay. Because, I mean, Board of Health is really governed, a lot of what they do is governed by state law, not so much, city ordinance direct.
Yeah.
But I believe this is all part of their duties. I just want to make sure we weren't stepping on the state toes.
He did indicate that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
So motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll for 4H.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera, Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve that one. 4I, command an ordinance to defer a zone change application from R2 to BH for 474 Pleasant Street to develop a museum, restaurant,
Is the removal of a handicap?
Oh, I'm just reading what was here. So,
I'm fine. I've sat on both sides of this room, and the closer you are to that thing, but it's the president that we have to watch out for, because that's the hot spot up there.
it's all good. It's all good. All right, so somehow that got attached. Don't know why. But we'll go to this one. Command an ordinance to refer in order that the handicap sign at 402 Pleasant Street remove per order the request. Recommend that be adopted.
Yep. So motion to pass, to receive and adopt the committee report and pass the first reading. It's just a cleanup, as it's no longer needed in that location.
All right, so it's complied with, but if you're removing it,
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, okay.
This is one that got on our agenda as a duplicate.
Oh, okay.
So we had to call it complied with because we'd already addressed
all
it.
right, so for this one, 4I,
Yes.
confusing,
Yes.
it's just complied with because it's
Yes.
already been done. All
I'm
those
in first, second, and ordained mode, apparently.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That makes that one a lot easier. J, command an ordinance to referred zone change. Now we're on to the right one.
Yep.
R2 to BH for 474 Pleasant Street for a museum, restaurant, motorcycle dealership. Recommend that be adopted. Counselor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So motion to receive and adopt and pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass first reading. Our discussion?
So we had our public hearings relative to this zone change, which is an area that has a lot of business in it. And it's an area that has had a lot of exciting new business development. And we were presented with the request for a zone change along with a concept that is very unique to both the area and to our city. And when all considerations were taken in relative to the nature of the business, the feedback from the abutters, and the answers to questions that were raised in public hearing, which was very thorough, and we had a lot of people come in and speak to it. And we also had our ward counselor reach out to many people in between, Counselor Givner, in between the hearings. And based on all of the collective feedback that we received, the committee is recommending that we pass this zone change unanimously to you tonight. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, I'll go further. I think we've probably all expressed platitudes towards the applicant. I certainly want to thank the chair and her leadership in moving this forward. It was kind of a three-ring circus at a couple of the meetings, unfortunately, but the chair kind of led the way as per usual, and that's really where the credit lies in the procedure. As far as the applicant and then the sellers, you really couldn't get a nicer group of individuals, Mr. President, from the sell side and the buy side. Really gentle ladies and gentle men that came here and put on a great presentation and expressed a need and desire to make this happen, make it go forward. And as the president knows, and as the DGR chair knows, we're going to have another order coming up in the next little bit of time for a property diagonal from the church. So I mean, who really cares? Does anybody care what the ward line is there? But I mean, it's just great for the city, and that's really, I hope, for most of us, the bottom line. If it's great for the city. So these are potentially going to be two marvelous businesses coming into an area that is really up and coming. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You have to thank Highland for just being the anchor to that whole area for so many years. And then my good pal Pick and the rest of the crew over there. And now look what's happening in that area, Mr. President. It's just a nice, really nice string of businesses. And I think this board here, Mr. President, the work we did with Double D and working on a controversy with the abutter, with Eddie's, I mean, that shouldn't go unnoticed. So Pete and Joe and Kevin and the rest of the crew on the DGR committee at that time, I mean, we had some controversial meetings, and it seems to have all worked out pretty well. So that's that. Thank you.
Councilor Givner.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure what circus is being referred to, but I thought most of the meetings and ordinance went pretty well. The public hearings went well. There was very little opposition to this project, and it's a great project for the city. Sorry, I had to run and replace my earphone, so excuse me. I did hear from little birdie that the Indian Motorcycle Corporate staff were on the premises yesterday, and they're fired up about this project. So the Indian Motorcycle Corporate people are excited about the vision, and they love the location. So I think that's very positive for the community as a whole, and it's nice to hear that the whole company's on board with this program. So I'm excited about it, and I'm looking forward to passing this. I hope we get the support needed. Thanks.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, Mr. President, I just wanted to speak strongly in favor of this. I think this is another piece of the development of the city. I think it cannot be overstated the importance of preserving this church building. For those of us that are champions of historic preservation in this community, it's really, really challenging to do reuses of properties that are like this. And to see this church being reused and preserved in this really important development project is fantastic. I think it's really to be commended that Mr. Bolduc is taking the leadership on to do this, to create a museum, a restaurant, a dealership. This is just what the doctor ordered for this location. It also helps the people who have been the stewards of that property for many, many years be able to move on to their next situation, be it somewhere else or what have you. But the public can take confidence that this important building to the city of Holyoke is going to be preserved and in a great reuse. And then with, as we discussed, White Hut coming in across the street is just fantastic that we have some of these really marquee things to improve our community, to pay taxes, which is certainly appreciated, but also to provide some great services and redevelopment for our citizens. So really excited to vote for this, and I wish them the best of luck. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, so I'm going to be the wet blanket in the room, and it's okay, I own it. I'm still going to vote in favor of this because I believe I'm outnumbered, and, you know, I'm the spirit of getting along. I'm going to vote for it, but I just, this project is different than what is happening across the street. The property that White Hut is hoping to go into was already zoned business limited. The zone change that we did was to just make the parking lot next to it conforming. That being said, you know, I watched all the meetings. I heard all sides and the lively discussion. We just, at the end of the day, I'm just a firm believer that we shouldn't be zone changing for a project, and all of the comments that I've heard this evening just sound like we are. And as far as I know, maybe I don't know what everyone else knows, but I don't know that this project is a guarantee. I don't know that it's you know, absolutely going to happen. And probably because I just was raised in the planning and economic development office, I'm not business friendly. I think people who know me and know what I do, I truly value business. I just think that this is a little bit of a slippery slope. If you look at the zoning map, it's going to be the only business BH zoning to the west of Pleasant Street. So I guess I just am concerned that that could open the door for other things. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's not about, for me, whether the project is great or not. I am going to vote for it, but this is just like how I feel about zoning in general. So I feel like, so I can sleep at night, I needed to say that. Thank you, everyone.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very familiar with the area. I think this is a great project. It really adds to the businesses that will be coming in, the businesses that are already there, to repurpose this church and to enhance that neighborhood, and especially the tax dollars and the jobs that it'll provide. I think this is a very important project, and I wish Mr. Bolduc well, and thank the ordinance committee for the work they did with this project and the several public hearings that they had, voicing you know, the people's concerns and what they want to see in that church. So I'm strongly in support of this project, and I really wish Mr. Bolduc will come through with his plans, and we'll put a great development in this location. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an unusual situation because typically when we do a zone change, and not typically, always when we do a zone change, it's about use. And business highway is what we're being asked for to put on a lot that typically I don't think is something that the city of Holyoke wants to do. The planning board did their job in their recommendation. However, in this particular case, it's the proposal of what the developer wants to do with the property that justifies the zone. By that I mean it will not be detrimental to the neighborhood. It'll actually be positive and enhance the neighborhood. A good part of this strip is commercially developed. It fits in. There's two parcels directly in this vote, but there's 3 parcels that are being looked at by the developer. The third one would be the Mel's Restaurant itself. We note that the parking lot is shared by these parcels. Unfortunately, I'd asked the planning board that if they could look at the 2 parcels, why can the parking lot not stand alone without business highway zoning? And parking lots, as we know, and the last time we addressed it was the Mountain Park issue, cannot stand alone. But to me, it's grandfathered in the fact that this parking lot is standing alone in a residential district for a church. As we know, churches can go in any zoning. We have no determination of where they go, but business highway opens up the doors for a lot. The practical matter is it's unlikely anyone that would want to put something like a gas station or something that we don't want to see on this corner is going to tear down the building and develop it in that way. There's always a chance that something down the road could happen to the building and something could happen with the BH. But we heard a fantastic proposal, not just by a developer for himself, but for the entire neighborhood that will also have a benefit to the entire city. Therefore, I feel we are justified in the zone change. I do, agree with the planning board in their determination, but at the same time, the project itself speaks for itself. Unfortunately, we couldn't figure out a way how to make it work different, but I'm looking forward to not just the museum, but the restaurant and the things to come on this particular lot.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say the same thing I pretty much said during the ordinance meeting. When I decided to vote on this yes at the ordinance meeting, I took out Dennis out of the equation, took out the project out of the equation, because at the end of it all, if Dennis is no longer interested in doing this project or something were to happen where we just have this zone change, that's what I'm focusing on. So when I look at this corner and I see, could it be BH and some of the projects that would be listed under there, I'm okay with it. Why? Because some things I've said before, it's Route 202 passes right through it. That's a state highway. So to say that it's only residential would be wrong. It is very, a highway. It is a business highway. There's also BH zones that are pretty close to that. There's Picks over, a block over, right underneath on Dwight Street. There's other BH zones. So to put that right next to other business type zones doesn't seem to be too out there. And yeah, at the end of it all, I think the body knows how I feel about special permits, but the reality is this BH zone, regardless of what Dennis wants to do, he still needs to come back to us, regardless of what anyone wants to do, he still needs to come back to us for these special permits. So I think there's still that checks and balances that we can have for this property going forward. So I'm all for BH. I'm all for seeing something being developed on this corner. I think as others have said, I think Hampton Street is picking up and there's more things happening. And I know someone mentioned earlier that was in the conversation, why are we always focusing on just downtown? I agree, Holyoke is more than just downtown. So I think having more projects here as well would be great. So that's why my yes is happening today.
Councilor Rivera.
I just would like to thank you, Mr. President. Just not clarify, but at least explain and elaborate as to why my vote yes would be for the project in general. It's not per se for the use, but because, like similar to what Councilor Maldonado said, there are a variety of zones that are very close to either BH or they are BH within that area. And for me, in the future, I could see that little strip becoming a more bustling little area for that section of Holyoke. And that's what helped me kind of make that decision with regards to zone changing from residential to BH. That's not something, so for me, zone changing is not something I would take lightly. That's something that I more or less, in my opinion, zoning laws and rules and regulations came about for a reason. And they're here to help the city and the community navigate how best to provide the best quality of life possible for both residents, businesses, and other entities within the community. So, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to elaborate on that.
Anyone further? Seeing none, so motion is to
Pass the first reading.
pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the zone change.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve that one. Off to finance. Just a question to Councilor Anderson Burgos. Am I signing for you on the jacket?
Please.
You already say yes? Okay. So taking up 5A, Committee on Finance are deferred from the acting city treasurer. Most recent statement showing the balance of our stabilization account awaiting disposition. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met last night, as I think everybody knows, the temporary appointment by the mayor to fill the treasurer's position. Sharon Bidner-Willis came in. She was wonderful in providing us with this information. I believe the original order was Councilor Jordan's to take a look at our stabilization funds. Everyone's gotten a copy prior to the meeting. In summary, real quick, the stabilization fund we call more referred to as the rainy day fund is divided in two parts. She explained that years ago. The two differences are the way the monies were invested at different times by different treasurers. The main rainy day stabilization fund is a little bit over $9 million after we transferred $1 million out earlier this year into the new stabilization known as the capitalization stabilization fund. The other fund is running about the same. There's been some hits with the way the market's going on some of our investments. Councilor Jordan, and I'll certainly give the mic to ask that the mic be given to him in a second. Had a lot of questions and a lot of talk about investments, and we're going to file an order to get some more information down the road. The other two stabilization funds, or the other one besides capitalization, making it the fourth one, is our stabilization fund for the impact monies from marijuana. That has about $3.5 million in it at the moment. It was a pleasure. The information that was asked for has been complied with, and we look to get some future information about investments and how we're doing. The committee recommends that the order be complied with.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, very briefly, the chairman was spot on. The only thing I'll just add to his points was that we are going to file a subsequent order for the next meeting just to have Flynn Financial, that is the company that apparently is investing the stabilization funds, to get a presentation for the city council so we can come to understand the types of investments, the risks and rewards, if you will, of those investments, and just make sure that we're periodically fostering this relationship between the treasurer's office and this council, keeping a close eye on these assets, which currently hover cumulatively at around $19 million. So there'll be an order coming up at a subsequent meeting. So thank you. Very good meeting.
Motion that's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
B.
Make a motion to suspend the rules to take up item number 5B with 5G. We can do separate votes, but for discussion, it'll be the same.
Okay. Motion is to suspend rules, take up 5B with 5G. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? B is finance. In order in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, the City Council hereby accepts the provisions of the 2022 Mass Trail Grant for $50,000. G is finance referred in order that $12,500 be transferred from Cannabis Impact to OPED to match the grant that we just took up in 5B. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our OPED Planning Director, Aaron Vega, was before us to go over and answer our questions and to go over to the project details itself. The $50,000 is a phase through the governor's office, a phase of what's known as the Mass Trails grants of money that is used for. Some of it is similar to Chapter 90s, but in this case, it's much more specific. And there's a project coming up down in the Springdale area around Route 5, as Route 5 corridor goes into Main Street, and we've been planning for this. The city's been planning for this for some time. The money is, I believe the project is in its design phase, just about 100% complete for a design phase, but this would complement that. This $50,000 does require a match. The OPED director is proposing, and the mayor is signed off on it, that we use a $12,500 from the marijuana impact monies. As stated a few minutes ago, there's $3.5 million in that account. We did talk about how there is plans to get a committee going similar to the CPA committee, similar to what block grant monies do, to have recommendations up front on how that money is used. But we felt, the OPED director and the committee feels, that the $12,500 is a small amount of the $3.5 million and would keep this project going forward. There are some time constraints coming up because this project is getting near fruition to begin, and we'd like to see a lot of things happen on Main Street. Traffic's been a problem. Traffic flow, traffic speed has been a major problem, and Mass DOT has got a project that's coming in. So we do recommend that we both accept the grant of $50,000 and use the $12,500 for the match.
Councilor Bartley.
Yes, if I understand the chair, I think this is for the project to shut down one of the lanes on Riverdale Road, which is Main Street in front of the Providence Hospital, and cut out all the parking along Main Street on the east side of Main Street. Is that, if that's through a chair to the chair, is that the project?
There is proposals, and I don't believe that the city of Holyoke has agreed to the lane shutdown on Route 5 by Providence Hospital. That's where our city line begins. West Springfield has agreed to that. We've agreed that the corridor needs to be improved, and I believe when former Ward 2 acting Mayor Murphy was in office, there was a lot of discussion about the parking, a lot of discussion of how this was going to work and impact Main Street. So the answer to your question, Councilor Bartley, is it's the project that we're talking about, but I don't believe the city has agreed to all of the proposals as stated by the state. We're looking to do a design that will make sense and come to an agreement with the state on what to make of this corridor.
Councilor.
Right, so this is what happened last year, Mr. President. So the camel's nose is under the tent. The Ward 2 councilor, former Ward 2 councilor at the time, made it very clear his opposition if there's going to impact parking. The former city engineer could not give a straight answer, but it was pretty clear that it was going to take away all the parking along the east side of Main Street. On top of that, the former city engineer was cavalier about it. It's going to shut down one of the two lanes in front of the on the northbound side in front of Providence Hospital. So big deal. West Springfield's given up their part. Well, that's about 35 feet. The rest of it is Holyoke, Mass. City. So I voted against this the last time. I'm going to vote against this time because you know what the next thing is going to be? We need another $100,000 for it's another grant for something else, and we have to use the impact fund for going forward. This negatively, per the former Ward 2 councilor once removed, would negatively impact Ward 2. He made that point blank clear. We could not get a straight answer from the city engineer, but you know what's going to happen. They're going to shut down one of the lanes to make it a bike lane where there already is a huge shoulder already, and as the president knows who drives there, to see all the cyclists going on Riverdale Road on a daily basis, virtually none. I mean, so this is fantasy. And on top of that, they're not even connecting to the West Side Rail Trail, which is a lovely rail trail, but this doesn't even connect to it. So it's really, I'm sorry this happening. I'm sorry. I apologize for missing the meeting, but there's just too many things on my plate. But consequently, because I knew this was going to happen last year, I voted against it last year. I'm going to vote. I expect to be in the minority on this, but I don't want to see this project go forward. Even though I understand it's a grant, I get the fact that it's not directly impacting Holyoke taxpayers, but it will impact Holyokeers once this thing goes forward and gets designed, and then we're going to be pot committed, and then it's going to be too late. I would rather just say no right now, that we want to keep 2 lanes on either side of the highway in front of Providence Hospital, and we want to keep the parking and the broad shoulder on both sides of Main Street, the lower road to Holyoke, as we used to call it, going forward. And we don't want to lose those. We don't want to lose those amenities. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
So, through the chair to the chair, I have a question because I was at the meeting and it seemed like, okay, we're talking design, but, sometimes the devil's in the details. But I didn't really understand what the design was. So, do we have the ability within this grant, if the design includes those features that Councilor Bartley has referred to change that? Or are we sort of at the mercy of some outside influences in that regard, if the chair knows? I just don't.
If I could, yep. through the president, everything Councilor Bartley said is correct, and I agree with him, and I agreed with Councilor former Acting Mayor Murphy about concerns about the lanes, and more so about concerns about removal of parking in that neighborhood, because on-street parking is important to a lot of neighborhoods in this city. And I don't apologize, Councilor Bartley, because I should have brought up some of this myself last night, but I was more concentrating on the getting the money for the continuation to fund the design phase itself. And this is, as I stated, I believe puts us into the I apologize. I believe it's not 100% as I stated, but it puts us into the phase. That's the next phase, as we go towards the completion phase. My understanding, and I cannot answer your question direct, I would have no problem tabling it to get an answer for it, is that we would have a say over the final design before it's implemented, even though we're agreeing with the concept of this study and agreeing with the purpose of the study. Doesn't mean that we have to agree with the final outcome of a design if it states anything, as Councilor Bartley pointed out, because I think that would be detrimental to a number of people, not just in the neighborhood, but a number of people who live and use that corridor, including myself. We're coming back and forth from West Springfield, Agawam, and so forth. So it's Chair, if it helps, we can put it back in committee. If it helps, we can table it and get a direct answer to both questions from Councilor Bartley and Councilor Bacon.
What can we get? I think that's a wise decision. Why don't I make a motion to refer it back to finance, and if we can get a copy of the design that is being proposed for those of us that are newer here back. I'm not privy to all this, and none of this information came out at finance last night. So I'm hearing all of this for the very first time. So I'd like to study that.
B and G motion is to send back to committee. I heard a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So the ayes have it. C, Committee on Finance, who was referred, Chapter 44, Section 53A, the City Council hereby accept the provisions of the FFY 19 Safe Neighborhood Program for $64,850, no match. Motion be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Committee actually had two meetings on this this proposed acceptance of this grant. Just to put a little bit of clarity to it, this is what we call and know as the ShotSpotter vendor program itself. We met last night, and I'll divide the report into two halves and do it quickly because we met for I think close to an hour and a half with a number of individuals. We had from the police department both meetings, Sergeant Hart. Chief Pratt was at the first meeting, could not attend this meeting, but did send his support for the grant and for ShotSpotter. We had with us last night Sergeant Verrett from the Springfield Police Department. He is the Springfield Police liaison person that oversees ShotSpotter in Springfield. Springfield was one of the first communities that took on this in our area, and certainly I think actually in New England itself. We also had two representatives from ShotSpotter. At the first meeting, we had one, and at Councilor Jordain's request, very appropriately, we wanted a full presentation of what this proposal is about. On the money part first, the money part is the grant itself is $64,850. That breaks down to getting ShotSpotter into the city of Holyoke for about 1 square mile. This 1 square mile was talked about, but the $49,000, $500 goes to the vendor, an additional $9,500 goes into for licensing, and then $5,850 goes in for training. The vendor told us last night that this would train 2 individuals in the city of Holyoke's police department in all aspects of technical and how this system works, and would certainly work with them. Notice I said 1 square mile for this grant. The mayor was with us last night. The proposal is for 2 square miles, and the mayor is committed and told us last night that he will use ARPA monies for the 2nd square mile and combine them into the contract with the vendor. It sounded like the mayor said he'd be going forward with this one way or the other. He was supportive of bringing ShotSpotter into the city of Holyoke. So this last night was a lot more about what is ShotSpotter and what are the benefits to bring it into any community. The lead person for the vendor was before us. Is it Ron or Don? Ron Deachman, and he spoke at great length and great detail and answered a number of questions. So I'm going to summarize it very quickly. But this is a technical tool for the police department to enhance safety within a neighborhood, to enhance safety within a city itself. We learned through Sergeant Hart and through the vendor themselves that about 80% of calls of reported gunfire comes from this neighborhood. But what we learned is what happens when a individual hears a gunshot, calls the police department, and we learned things like that the average call from civilians is about 780 feet away from the actual shooting occurred, and gives no information to the responding police officer or police officers as to what to expect in terms of neighborhood, geography, and even the amount of shooters or the amount of shots that were fired. This heat map sensor technology allows the police department to immediately, either through the police headquarters itself, through a cell phone, through an Apple Watch, through a laptop, to give immediate information to the responding police officers of the neighborhood, connects them immediately into Google to see a street map of what the topography, what the buildings are, what is going on, and gives them, even in most cases, the amount of shots that were fired, and if the shots fired were from more than one individual. A tremendous amount of information that helps with the safety of police officers and helps with the safety of the neighborhood itself as the response takes place. We also noted that, you know, when you hear a gun fired, you're talking 780 feet is 3 football fields. You don't know exactly what happened, where it happened, or what's going on if it was not witnessed. Obviously, the police officers in these cases did not witness it. So this enhancement of safety is something that ShotSpotter brings to the table itself. A lot of last night was about statistics. A lot of last night was about how it works. It certainly made sense to the committee. We were very, very happy. Sergeant Ferret gave us a lot of examples of what has happened. They've gone from the original, I believe, 4-point-something miles in Springfield. They're up to 9 miles now, of which they use this technology. ShotSpotter, Mr. Teachman talked to us about the cost and about how they, as a vendor, have recognized that smaller cities have, similar to Holyoke, and we are certainly one, problems as bigger cities do, and they've worked out a formula for the costs that make more sense to a smaller city itself. There's just a tremendous amount of technology here. Part of our discussion last night went to why the 2 miles that are being proposed. The map that we were shown is just about all of Ward 1, a good portion of Ward 2, and about half of Ward 4. The questions were asked appropriately about, you know, these are low-income neighborhoods, these are brown-black neighborhoods as compared to other neighborhoods, and the answers that we received and talk about is these neighborhoods deserve the safety of ShotSpotter in the fact that the gunshots, you know, the history of gun shots fired itself come from within this 2 mile square range. Possibility of expanding the 2 miles, if we're happy with this program, certainly comes to us down the road. The possibility of looking at any neighborhood within the city of Holyoke that we feel that this would be cost efficient and be useful certainly is something that the city can opt for down the road. One of the things that they brought to our attention is, especially with youth, but when guns are fired in a neighborhood where youth live or, you know, adults live too, there's a trauma that comes with that. And I gave the committee and the vendor one of my examples where at a younger age, I was driving my 2 daughters down to a CCD program at our church at Sacred Heart. And as I hit 391, I heard what I thought was firecrackers. As I went through the lights of 391, before I got to Jackson Street, I realized I was driving right into was just a shooting. And not that I saw guns, not that I saw anything, but the scrambling and the individuals that were running around, you know, made it clear to me. The girls did not understand it completely. I was able to get them through safely, drop them off at church. I came back around, found a cruiser that wasn't immediately at the scene, and they told me what had happened. And I was, you know, I would have think in this particular incident, it may not have, you know, stopped me from driving into that, but that police response might have been extremely more knowledgeable when they got there instead of just investigating as to what had happened. I think I'm talking too much, and I know other committee members have things to say here, and I just want to say the committee is in favor of this because the technology brings and enhances the safety of the neighborhood, enhances the safety of the police officers who respond, and the committee feels that this is a good project to go forward on. We appreciate the mayor's support of it financially, both through the acceptance of this grant and the allowed use of the ARPA monies themselves.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor McGivern, for the brief rundown. So I'll be voting no on this particular item for a variety of reasons. I grew up in the Flats, the neighborhood that it will be more than likely covering almost all of Ward 1. I witnessed shootings, I heard shootings, so we're talking about trauma, then I must be messed up, right? When it comes to that, because I actually lived in the thick of it. I didn't drive through it, I didn't witness it from a distance. I've actually been shot at. Like, we're not talking from a statistical perspective, we're not talking from data, or I'm talking from personal real life experience. And to be honest, on the ground, because I'm in Ward 1 and Ward 2 all day, every day, on a regular basis. And I have not heard anything. Nobody even knows about the ShotSpotter stuff. So this is not something that's coming from community overall, but it's something that we want to put on. So, and a couple items ago, we were talking about doing community meetings about any buildings that are going to be built in a neighborhood. But right here, we're about to vote about something that affects certain communities and they don't even have a chance to actually speak out against it. So like, to me, there's a variety of different issues here. It also, to my understanding, violates the Fourth Amendment with regards to having the protection from wiretaps and surveillance and illegal search and seizures. But again, we can go down this rabbit hole and take a risk on whether or not this is not going to be a legal issue in the future. Because right now, Chicago is actually suing. And there are a variety of lawsuits against ShotSpotter that are happening. He never spoke on that. He never brought it up. I never brought it up because it wasn't my place. But at the end of the day, here in Holyoke, things are different. And to me, the best policing is community policing, being out on the street and doing the job that needs to be done. These extra gadgets, although cool, they're expensive and ineffective, in my opinion. If you're listening to the guy that spoke yesterday, the sergeant, it took them several years before they actually were able to use the technology in an effective and efficient way in Springfield. If you go back and you listen to the video, you listen to him, he clearly says it took us a while to actually figure out how to structure our police system to make it work so that this is beneficial to us. We're gonna be wasting money for a couple years until we actually figure out how to use it the right way. Just like we wasted money on the cameras that we put up in the 90s that for some reason don't work now or are no longer effective. We just constantly go on this thing of wasting money on certain things that we think are going to provide safety instead of actually investing in the programs in the community that will prevent a lot of these issues. For me, again, I'll vote no. And it's not because I don't think it won't make us safer. I don't think we have the capacity as a police department to be able to manage this right now. We're still trying to figure out how we're balancing overtime balances. How do you think we're going to be able to manage building a structure that will work effectively and efficiently for that ShotSpotter system? The other piece to me is, how do we know he said 98% that it's not false claims? In the ACLU article that they did a research study, it said 88% false claims in Chicago was proven. 88% of their calls were false calls in Chicago proven. And this is a peer-reviewed article from the ACLU. So he can present one thing, but there's also a counter argument at the same time. We never brought anybody in to bring in the counter argument. That's just my piece.
Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was at the meeting last night and also watched the first discussion on it, and I recognize, I did mention last night that in my research, it's clear that the city of Chicago is being sued as recently as July 2022. And so that's obviously a little problematic. I also think it is problematic that this is not going to be made available in all of the parts of our city that are densely populated. I think if we're thinking about it holistically, we should be taking a bigger picture look at this. But I also recognize that what is before us this evening is whether or not we are going to accept a grant. And the city did receive a grant Tonight's vote is not whether or not I approve with this platform necessarily, or if I like it, because I find it pretty problematic. But that being said, I also recognize that I'm elected at large, and I'm trying to take into account all the different wards that I was elected to represent. And with that being said, you know, I don't know if I'm personally going to be here in 2 years. Like, we don't know. No, none of us know. But I hope that whoever is will really take a look at the effectiveness of this technology and what it's done for our city. Specifically, I'd love to know one day, I hope that the information we're provided is transparent and that it's not provided by salespeople who obviously are going to tell us what we want to hear. I really hope that as a body and our mayor as well, and the police chief, everyone that is in charge will really take a look at the actual research and understand, you know, how often do these alerts actually result in evidence that a gun-related crime has occurred. I hope that we as a body ask for statistics on how effective this is. And I am going to vote in favor of it tonight because the city applied for a grant. It has been awarded a grant. The burden is not going to be on the taxpayers for now. If that was the discussion this evening, I might be voting differently. I think public safety is really important and we need to do something. This is, like other folks are saying, another tool in the toolbox, but I really hope that we hold these folks to a really high standard because that's what our city deserves and that's what our residents deserve. So thank you.
Councilor Givner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would reiterate some of the points that Tessa made. I understand that we're voting on a grant this evening. I wasn't available for the meeting, the finance meeting yesterday, but I did make sure to catch up and watch it. And I thought the presentations were really great. A lot of information was shared that was useful, but I'm always skeptical when the company is representing itself and selling itself to the city. I'm also skeptical with any private company that's publicly traded that is getting municipal funds to, federal funds as its main financing source generally. So it is in their best interest to share the best of their news, but not much of the worst of their news. I'd like to think they'd be transparent. At the same time, I do believe that this has a lot of support in the community. And I think if we can be honest and, actually do a 2-year study of what this ShotSpotter tool or product can do for the city and really study it, I think it can be helpful. But I have the same concerns as Israel as far as, it taking a lot more than 2 years to find out what this product can really do for the city. So I will vote yes for this grant. I would like to think that we will really take in the information we get and make sure that it is a useful tool for our city, because quite frankly, I think we should be setting up infrastructure for the body cameras for police. I think that would be much more useful generally. But I think if we could get everything, why not get it all and try it all out and get some stats? So, yeah, thanks.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no, and I'll tell you why. Because in my own opinion, I think it's a waste of money. The way I look at it, first of all, I was under the assumption that the ShotSpotter was also equipped with a camera, which it is not. So what that tells me is the ShotSpotter just generally goes for the sound that a gun makes. Now let's think about it. By the time that gun is shot, who's gonna stick around? They're gonna shoot and run. And then the cops are gonna go there and what? That's a waste of money. And I think I would rather see a grant go to police having cameras on their person. I think that's the approach. This is a grab at state granted funds, and I think that it's a cheap shot. And I don't think that, you know, it's what Holyoke needs. It is not what Holyoke needs. So I'll be voting with a no. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wanted to add a couple things and then some comments. Mr. Teachman, Ron Teachman, who you know, you can call vendor, you can call salesperson, you can call him anything he wants. I don't believe he's the actual salesperson, but he's a representative of ShotSpotter. Was the former chief of police of New Bedford, Massachusetts. A long career in New Bedford. He finished his career in South Bend, Indiana, and offered a lot of insight to how ShotSpotter works from the point of view of law enforcement and police work itself. Sergeant Bruette couldn't have been more perfect about how it's worked incredibly positively in the city of Springfield, and how they've, not only do they use the technology, but ShotSpotter backs up the technology in the courtroom itself. They use that with forensic sciences, they testify, they bring in a tremendous amount of tools to, on that, after we talk about the safety of police officers in a neighborhood, to law enforcement and to prosecution itself. I realize there's a lawsuit going on in Chicago. If anybody's read anything about that lawsuit, it was initiated by someone who was accused of, after an investigation, that ShotSpotter was part of the investigation of murder. And that individual has brought, and the lawyers that represent that individual has brought a lot of accusations against ShotSpotter. They defend and claim that those accusations are false and that they have very little to do with the technology and very little to do with what's happening in the city of Chicago. They back up there, and they've shown this in Springfield. Springfield, actually, Sergeant Ferret told us in the beginning, they had some of their own doubts, and they filled not an 18-wheeler, but a moving truck with sand, very safe, and took all the precautions, and drove it around the city and started firing into the sand to see how the technology would work back at headquarters or back at, and without telling police officers what was going on. And they responded, and they, ShotSpotter backed that up and said they'd be glad to do test runs in a lot of different areas themselves. Protection of officers, protections of the neighborhood, trying to relieve some of that trauma that Councilor Rivera talked about, living in a neighborhood or driving through a neighborhood where you hear shots, fired, is something that this is about. I remember not that long ago, as we finished marching in the St. Patrick's Day Parade, there was a shot fired on High Street about not even a block away from where parade goers were watching the parade itself. There was traumatized people from that shot up and down High Street, and that had nothing to do with the parade. However, it's something that certainly is, this technology can help our police, find much quicker and much safer people who are illegally firing guns within city limits themselves. I appreciate the comments from the past three speakers. I understand concerns, and I'm sure we can continue to work with those concerns. I wish we had heard them last night when the people were in front of us, so we could have talked about it in a little bit more detail.
I just want to thank Councilor McGivern for speaking. I had to run and get a coffee. I asked Councilor, am I sorry if I take off for a second? And then I get back there and someone turned it off. Son of a gun. Anyway, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, but the compelling things for me were that the mayor has determined to address where 80% of the shots fired occur. And the other compelling argument is that our police waste a lot of time and effort responding if on the few occasions that people call, trying to find the area where the shots actually occurred, because it's a very difficult thing to pinpoint when a shot is fired exactly where it is. But the most compelling thing for me was really the testimony of the sergeant from Springfield, who really walked us through the whole process from doubting it, testing it, working with it, to the point where now it's pretty much universally accepted by the police force. And they have been able to show and demonstrate improved safety in Springfield. And we have a lot of the similar concerns to Springfield. And I've been watching some of the news out of Chicago, and the people in the poorest sections of Chicago are crying out for the government to help them be safer in their homes. And I think this is a proactive step for us to take because we're seeing our crime go up. So why wait until it gets even worse when we have a tool? And the last thing I'll say is because we have the experience and the willingness of our big sister, I might call Springfield, we don't have to recreate the wheel and the policies. We don't have to start from ground zero like they did, being one of the very early users. We can take advantage of their experience and hit the ground running more effectively. And I do support wholeheartedly all the folks who said we really need to study it and see and measure the effectiveness of it, because you always want to see what you're getting for your money. So I'm totally warm to the people that want to make sure it's really working. But I applaud the mayor for addressing the 80% area of our city where we could hope to get the best results. Thank you.
Councilor Jordan.
Yes, Mr. President, again, I find myself agreeing with Mayor Garcia. I think I'm up to about 100% voting record with our mayor. And yet again, he has come up with another great idea here. This is actually supported by a broad coalition of individuals. Obviously, the chief of police is in support. U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, I will just say U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, new from the Biden administration, strong supporter of ShotSpotter and is the originator of this grant. Springfield raves about it. They think the world of this program. There's been 135 cities that have adopted ShotSpotter in their communities. One of the things that I thought was fascinating, because I don't want to duplicate what others had said, but just to add a few additional kernels here of information, was one, just to expand on the point that Councilor McGivern had mentioned about how the police in Springfield went around to test the system. They did 18 different shots around town. Yes, they shot into this dump truck full of sand, and they were able to test the accuracy of it, and that tested out. But here's the other part. Not one of those 18 calls got called in by a citizen saying, hey, I just heard a shot. 18 times they shot off firearms in the city, not one call. See, again, it comes back to this notion that, and it makes, it's from human nature, and such as it is, people feel that isn't really a gunshot. I'm not going to call that in. It must be some of these other litany of reasons. It could have been this type of a sound, or a whole host of additional reasons that people don't make phone calls to the police. The interesting statistic that I took away from all of this is when you do the extrapolation of the shots called. Now, this is interesting. There were 379 shot calls from January 2019 to August of 2021 here in the city of Holyoke. 379 from what they could determine to the best of their ability from the reports that we took. They surmised that there was probably a lot more than that, but as best as they could determine from the individual reports. So if you extrapolate that back based on the 20% are called in and 80% are not, that would mean that there's approximately over 60 shots fired in the city of Holyoke per month. That's 2 to 3 per day of people shooting off firearms in the city of Holyoke. That's extremely dangerous, and I didn't realize it's that prevalent of a problem. That really opened my eyes to see how bad. And is what's interesting about another piece of information we received, it was the U.S. Attorney's Office that basically advocated for us to get this grant because statistically they said on a per capita basis, you're like off the charts. You're one of the highest for your size of a community having this much gunfire activity in your community. So the question comes back, do we continue to do the same things over and over and over again, or are we willing, as the mayor is willing to do, to pilot and go after and start saying, can we do it better? Can we do additional things to keep people safe? To go after and catch these shooters and save people. It was important to note that Springfield, a sergeant, noted it was recently, I believe he cited around the beginning of August, there was a gentleman who got shot. And by the time he got shot and he was able to move a little bit to a side of a house where he was found, the only reason the responders were able to get to this person was because of ShotSpotter. That's why the police went and were able to find this guy. Nobody ever called in the call that this guy got shot. Who knows? Maybe he's dead if it wasn't for ShotSpotter in this technology. Isn't that worth a chance? Here we're getting a grant between ARPA and these funds to pay for the total cost. 2 miles for 2 years in a radius that covers 80%. Now, I know from myself going around and talking to residents door to door, crime is a major issue of concern to our constituents. Everybody wants to be safe in their community, and they want the bad guys that are shooting these guns apprehended, and they want victims to be protected. We need to deploy all resources possible to do that. And just saying, well, we're doing it the same old way, that clearly is not working. What was also interesting and has not come out in tonight's discussion was the fact that there is an incident review center that within approximately 1 minute between the signature of the shot and a reviewer, that they screen out 98% of the calls of potential false reports, and only 2% are actually dispatched upon. So there is a significant mitigation of quote unquote false calls. So put that all together cumulatively, this seems to me, and I'm glad because the first presentation in finance was very lacking. It was essentially, hey, can we have this money? That didn't work for us. We needed the full presentation. I was impressed. And the fact that this is worth a shot at no cost to the city of Holyoke, that has got to be worth it.
No pun.
And no questions asked, that has got to be worth it. So I encourage the council to vote for this, to give this a chance. I am impressed that the mayor and the police are trying to bring forward innovative solutions. And guess what? Springfield started very small and had to be convinced. Maybe that's the case with us. We take this 80% radius, of course, Springfield's wildly bigger than we are, but look at this, analyze this, and by the way, we do need to hire a crime analyst overall, or either get a grant written or otherwise, but that is an important ingredient to all of this so that we are doing the homework. It is a fair criticism to the extent counselors are making criticism. I think it's constructive. You're making good points that this data needs to be reviewed and there needs to be a thoughtful discussion to determine, are we getting the full value and are we being smarter about where these are coming from. And it's really interesting, the reports and the technology, because the human ear is simply not sufficient. Not only is there insufficient in the number of calls being caught in, it's wildly inaccurate. That's the problem because of human nature and human error. It's not anybody's fault, but there are technology to do this. It's almost like going to the dentist in saying, well, dentist, just kind of look and see what you think, or have an x-ray and actually know. There's technology to help us. We should embrace that and give this a chance. So I think based on all of the information provided, this makes a world of sense to give it a shot. Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So based on yesterday's, what Mayor Garcia said, it seems like it doesn't matter whether I vote yes or no, like it's still gonna go through. So, I mean, I am gonna vote no regardless, but, and say why. First of all, we've been mentioning Springfield a lot. So I guess Springfield got ShotSpotter back in 2008. Springfield also under President Trump, the Department of Justice said that they have used excessive force with their residents, right? So for me, all this tells me, as this whole, as Councilor Rivera has pointed out, where this is being targeted predominantly Black and brown communities, what it's telling me is that it's gonna send more police to Black and brown communities. Now when I looked at the presentation afterwards, because I wasn't at the meeting yesterday, all I saw in the presentation was a lot of fear mongering. I was looking at as the little gun symbols were showing up all over the map and everything. I'm like, and then it shows the red zones where the most gunshots happen. I'm right in that red zone. Right now, there should be shots coming in through my window based on the finger mongering that was happening yesterday in the conversation. ShotSpotter is a for-profit company. They are there to look for gunshots and send police after those gunshots. That's how I see it. If there is no gun problem, they don't have an entity, a company anymore. So it tells me that they're not really in the business to actually keep us safe. They're mostly in the business to keep the cycle going. Let's get people arrested. We already know, we've had this conversation now, the whole system of arresting people and going through court is already messed up and they come back out. So literally all we're doing with the ShotSpotter is maintaining the system. We're doing the same thing over and over again, sending money to this police force that are doing the same thing over and over again, not doing anything different, not doing anything new. Another thing with our own police, this is not going to change the fact that we're tasking police to do stuff that they're not supposed to be doing, that they should not be doing, that I know they don't want to be doing. And I know based on our conversation in our last public safety meeting that some of my fellow councilors also agree that police should not be doing some of the work that they're currently doing. This is not going to change that. So we should be having a bigger conversation as to what exactly is policing in our city? What really is public safety? Because a lot of saying we like to exchange public safety with police, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Police is there to react to things. That's all they can do. They're not going to reduce the gunshots. The ShotSpotter is going to react to the gunshots so we can get possibly more of our residents arrested. Yes, hopefully we'll save some people, but you know what happens in these times whenever someone gets shot because of gang violence because they were quote unquote with the wrong crowd. The people in the community are sad that we didn't do more to get to that point. We didn't do actually what we were set out to do to make sure that the youth, are not. I moved back home, 5 years ago at this point. I remember working at the YMCA and seeing some of the youth, like just within the couple months of being aged out of programs, already being on the corner selling drugs. That's a problem. That's a problem. And ShotSpotter is not going to fix that. ShotSpotter is not going to fix that. Now, I will say to the police, the last thing I would say, there has to be this overall cultural change in what policing is and safety and looking out for each other. So just an example, we have picked up patronales for 4 days. People of Holyoke, even though we had people from everywhere, we had people from Jersey, we had people from Michigan, we had people from Puerto Rico, but the ones that weren't coming to the event were Holyokers themselves. Because the Holyokers were saying that, there's gunshots that are gonna be happening at this event. There's gonna be fights, it's not gonna be safe. And guess what? We had 4 days of amazing music and events. Why? Because we were building community and we're looking out for each other and we were safe. The only thing that did happen was after the fact, after the whole event finished, where there were 3 individuals, not from Holyoke, that saw, there's an opportunity, there's a lot going on down there. So maybe we can catch people afterwards, maybe, hold them at gunpoint and take some stuff. They got away with the first night. The second night we didn't. And why? Because there were us community members out there looking out for each other. This wasn't because of the cops, we heard the shots. No, it's because, again, community members were there looking for each other, creating a space that if we saw something sketchy, yeah, we're gonna call it out. But that's because at that point, but that was by the third night. And y'all know I'm here from the beginning. If people was like, defund the police, all this, those are price out for the police. But on that third night, I was like, no, call the police. And why? Because we had 3 days of police officers being there with us in community, with us, not against us, with us. And I say that very importantly because I've had moments. So there was a time that we had a 24-hour laundromat on High Street. And I loved going to do laundry at like 2 a.m. There was no one there, it was quiet, it was just me. And I remember getting pulled over by the cops because I had a muffler that was really messed up, anyways. And the question the cop asked me is like, how do you feel safe being down here? Do you not know this is an unsafe place to be? And for me, what I told him was like, oh, this is my community, I live here. If the cops are asking that question, it doesn't matter how much ShotSpotter, how much more details, we need a whole cultural shift, we need a whole shift in what policing is, on what public safety is. And this is not the answer to that. It is not the answer to the public safety that we're seeking. So that I'll leave it at that.
Councilor Rivera?
I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to reiterate ask councilors, even if after they take this vote, to sit there and listen to the video all over again and actually listen closely to the sergeant that presented yesterday. Yes, he spoke highly of ShotSpotter, but before he spoke highly of ShotSpotter, he also stated that it took time for them to get to that level of where they're at now, where ShotSpotter is working effectively and efficiently for them. When he stated about going around in the trucks with the sand, it wasn't because they were doing it for hee-hees and ha-has to shoot in a truck. They were doing it because ShotSpotter hasn't come out in a couple years to actually recalibrate the system. So they took it upon themselves to recalibrate the system. They went and took a team together, got the truck, loaded it with sand, and did the shots throughout the community to do the recalibrating. And while they were at it, they also did the study to see who would make the phone calls and who would not make the phone calls. So there is a process here before it happens. So the 2 years that we're banking to give us data, those are 2 years of learning. So that data is not gonna mean anything. It would be thrown out the window if you were taking a master's program, because those 2 years is not enough time for you to make a very accurate evaluation. Just saying, for those that think that this is gonna give you good data in 2 years. In a master's program, that's not enough time for you to give a good evaluation on a significant program that you're gonna be investing in. Yes, we're on a local level and we're here talking city council politics, but at a larger level, there will be a lot more scrutiny and a lot more research put into these decisions before we go into them. Fear-mongering is not enough for me. People that did not live in these neighborhoods could be afraid, but those that live in them and grew up in them, thrive in them. Just saying. Thank you and have a good night.
Councilor Givner. No?
I don't have my hand up.
Oh, is up? Okay. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thanks. So, I'm going to vote in support of this. I think this gives us a great chance to protect the community, protect police. I just want to point out for historical purposes, Mr. President, that this was brought before us at least 10 years ago, maybe a little longer, by the former Ward 2 Councilor Anthony Soto. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something that's not new, as Councilor Bartley stated. A couple of months ago, when we had ShotSpotter in here, there wasn't much information, and Councilor Jordan asked for a little bit more presentation. The presentation last night was excellent. It really, having the Springfield sergeant in here, explaining the system and what they've done. Since the beginning, they started with 3 square miles, they're up to 9 square miles with ShotSpotter, and I think it's been very effective. I've talked to several retired officers saying that this is a tool that the police can use to help protect the communities, to help protect the neighborhoods. And for the U.S. attorney to see that Holyoke is one of the highest communities in gunshots, and to give us this grant, I think is words enough to say that this is something that we should go forward with. This is something that's been supported by our mayor, by our chief of police, by the rank and file of the police department. It's something that can be effective. And I think if you're saving one life because of this program, it's well worth it, this grant. And this is something the mayor said will work for 2 years and see how it works. If it does not work, we won't continue with it. But I feel that with the presentation from the chief from South Bend, somebody that works for the program, but somebody that has been a police officer for 38 years, it showed on how this can be effective for our community, and how it has worked in Springfield very effectively in the last several years. So I'm very much in support of this ShotSpotter program.
So Councilor McGivern.
20-something years ago, John DiNapoli, Officer DiNapoli, sat outside the juvenile court as Officer Sergeant Wagner went inside on an administrative duty with the court itself. When he heard a call come over, which he was close to, and he responded to an individual walking down the middle of the street, waving a gun, which eventually shot at and killed Officer DiNapoli. Would ShotSpotter have changed the outcome of that day? Probably not. But ShotSpotter could change the outcome of another officer going down in the line of duty. It could also change the outcome of an innocent civilian caught in gunfire. Gunfire in city limits under any circumstances is illegal. This is a tool to enhance the safety of police officers, to enhance the safety of neighborhoods. It's a proven technical tool. It's something that we can give it a shot by accepting a grant, by the mayor's commitment to use ARPA monies. And if it isn't working in 2 or 3 years, we can change our minds. But to protect a life of an officer or a resident, a citizen, to me makes this worthwhile. And I cannot see anybody voting against protection of life.
Councilor Rivera, for the third time, motion to suspend the rules.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules, allow
All those in
Councilor Rivera to
favor?
speak for a
All
third time.
opposed?
Oh, thank you, Councilor Jordan. I really appreciate that.
Hey man, just doing you a solid, man. Well, that's what bros do.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, bros up. So I guess for me, I just hope we have the same attitude when it comes to kids' education, when it comes to teachers needing more money or whatever the situation is, because this shit is bogus across the board, bro, man. I'm sorry. Just, that's it. Thank you guys for the time.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first of all, the device is called ShotSpotter, not ShotStopper. So once the shot is fired, it's done. I just, it's really frustrating because I'd rather see money to help uplift the community. Because if it's not ShotStopper, then we should be reaching out to these individuals in the community that feel the need to hold a gun and fire upon another human being. That's where we should be putting our focus, not on some stupid device that is gonna spot a shot. It's not gonna stop it. When are you gonna get that through your head? And I knew Mr. DiNapoli. I love Mr. DiNapoli. I grew up with Andy. And to use his name for what? Please. I'm done.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
I had a thought, but that was I felt the heaviness through that. Thank you, Councilor Anderson Burgos, for that. safety comes in many different ways. Safety comes in making sure that our citizens have housing, have food, have the education, have jobs, have safe streets, making sure that they wake up and they look outside the window like, wow, this is a place where I want to live. Now, oh wow, look at all these holes in the street. Look at all these abandoned buildings. No. That's where public safety actually comes in. This country has no problem arresting people. We have 25% of the world's prison population, while we only have 4% of the world's population. We have no problem with putting people behind bars, but we do have a problem with is for some reason seeing the goodness in people, that they did something wrong for whatever freaking reason it was, however the system set it up for them to act in that way. But instead, what we're choosing here today, again, is to react, not to actually create the world that would be actually safe for our people, for the people of Holyoke. And honestly, for people of Western Mass, because we know it's not just Holyoke that come to our state. Again, still voting no, because this is not public safety. This is not public safety. As the counselor that lives literally in the red zone, in that map, this is not what's gonna help me. I see police cars pass by here every 20 minutes. It's not we don't have police presence. We do. We have plenty of police presence, but we don't have this effective policing or effective community policing. Or just an example, we're talking about, oh, people don't call the police. Well, why isn't the chief, or I don't know, with their 14 million plus budget, figure out a way that there's a system where you have the leaders in the community? I know Lyman Terrace has voted to have a whole neighborhood association. Those are the people that should be talking to. To say that no one is calling though, I fail to believe that. Anyways, that's still voting no. Just need to say some more words. Thanks.
Councillor Tallman.
Okay. I just think we have to move the vote on this tonight. And I respect all my colleagues' opinions on this and wanted to vote no. I think this is just an effective tool for the police department to use. I think it's something that has been proven to be effective in several communities throughout our country. I'm not against police. I'm not pro, it's something that I think the community, I'm all for community. I'm all for caring for one another. I'm all for neighborhoods. I'm all for people getting along with each other. This is about effective police work. This is something that's going to help the police department. And I think we should just move on this and move as one of our colleagues would say, move the question.
So, Councillor Vacan?
So just briefly, I think the benefit of the system to try it would also be deterrence. I think it's great to look at prevention. I think we have to look at all of the things that have been mentioned in those terms. But we also have to deal with reality. And the reality that we're in is that we have a community where there is a lot of illegal gunfire going on. And so we can do the same thing, which a number of counselors have already stated has been ineffective, or we can try something new. And so I encourage my counselors, even if you have doubts, let's give it a try. We have tried other things that have turned out successful, and sometimes we've tried things and they haven't. But I think we need to give our new mayor a shot at trying things differently than have been done in the past that haven't worked, while he's also, and we have supported him in conducting the audit of the police department out of a goal of making it more effective. So I think if we wanted to, we could look at this as a win-win, which I hope enough of us will to try it. Thank you.
Councillor Jordan.
Briefly, Mr. President, I just wanted to add two more points to the discussion. First of all, one of the questions that I asked was about shots that have been fired. Are they going down as a result of ShotSpotter in these communities? Answer, yes. The sergeant from Springfield even mentioned that the criminal element that is doing these illegal shootings are very concerned about where and what zones they're doing, and they're concerned about where the ShotSpotters are, because they know in large part, the amount and effectiveness of the device in terms of getting the police responses a lot quicker to them. That they said that they have actually, many of them think twice about what they're doing, and that the total number of shots is declining in Springfield than before they had ShotSpotter. So that's that. We already discussed the merits of the program, but I want to point out this is a false choice between social work and fixing the social determinants of crime, if you will, in a community and having resources to that versus intervention to save people, both police and residents, as well as catch perpetrators of gun violence. These are not, it's not like, well, these dollars, we're going to go out and this is taking away or should be taking away from the money that is necessary to build up community supports, do all the things that we do that, address poverty in the community and otherwise. But it would be naive for us to think that we do not need to do both, that we need to have strong criminal intervention, taking bad people off the streets that would be so dangerous to discharge a firearm in this community, shooting people, shooting innocent people who happen to be walking by, somebody mowing their lawn or some baby in a baby carriage or God knows what else, intimidating the neighborhood. We need to get the word out that we will do everything in our power to catch these people, and hell yeah, I want to put those people in jail. We don't have enough mass incarceration of people that shoot guns in this city. As far as I'm concerned, lock up every person that illegally shoots a gun in Holyoke, as far as I'm concerned, okay? You're shooting a gun at people, and they got the goods on you. We'll find a cell for you nearby. Okay? You need to be off the street. That is extremely dangerous behavior. Meanwhile, what is leading people to choose these bad activities? Absolutely. I am a strong supporter, as I'm sure everybody else is, to have the supports necessary to address the systemic causes of crime in this community as part of the national epidemic on crime that we have. Absolutely. That's a false choice, though. It's not this or that. And I don't accept that paradigm as the argument, as a defense to opposing ShotSpotter. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to do both. We need to intervene and make sure that we have community resources to educate our young people, to provide supports, to help people so that they don't choose a life of crime and drugs and all these other negative things, so that they have good education and family support and nutrition and all these other social determinants of crime. No question. And this country, by the way, puts billions and billions and billions of dollars into that. Always room for more, but we do a lot on that. But we also need to have interventions that can get us to the people that are being harmed, the victims of these crimes, protecting our neighborhoods, and catching the perpetrators. We need to do both. So it's not an either or. And that's the way it's sort of being framed this evening, and I don't accept that as a logical extension of what we're witnessing here this evening. With that, again, to me, the obvious vote is yes here. Thank you.
Councilor Gibner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to reiterate that I will be supporting I am skeptical of private companies. I do respect the research from our other neighbor communities, and I would just like to say I don't think it's fair to paint a picture that we're not supporting the mayor in this initiative. I think we are. I think I myself am. I just would like to make sure that we take the 2 years of information that we received very seriously, because I think we can do a lot or a little with that information. So I agree there's not one way to solve all of our problems, and we need to explore many options, and I hope this is one of many to come. Thanks.
Make a motion to allow Councilor McGivern to speak for a third and final time.
Second.
So moved.
Motion is to allow Councilor McGivern to speak for third time. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. I live or try to live by don't make things personal and don't take things personal. And that's, second part sometimes is harder than the first part. I do feel I have to clarify the mention of John DiNapoli, not what I said, but what was said about me using John's name. I made it clear that the outcome of what happened to Officer DiNapoli would not have been changed by ShotSpotter. The point I was trying to make is when a police officer responds to a gunfire, to any type of a situation where gunshots are part of the incident that's going on, they are they're immediately put into imminent danger themselves. And when ShotSpotter is used correctly, the technology gives them more advanced understanding of what they're walking and responding to and going into. And that was the point I was trying to make, that a police officer responding to a gunfire could know the number of shooters, could know the topography, the geography, the buildings around them by being connected to the immediate area of where the shot took place and going into Google Map and going into Google Enhanced Maps so that they know what they are walking into. And that's why I use that as an example and no other reason.
Councilor Maldonado-Velez for the third time. This motion to suspend rules. I'm to speak. All those in favor, all
Aye.
opposed, and Councilor Maldonado-Velez.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I had a final thought, and it's more for like trauma was mentioned earlier in the conversation, and as someone that was born and raised in the flats, I'll say a lot of the trauma that came from me was this police force. And someone was it the presentation yesterday? We talked about like gangs and all this stuff. Like the police is a gang. It literally is. They're there to protect each other, to look out for each other, and to come out with force in our community. With force. And my trauma, and there's a reason why I stand where I'm at as someone that would be considered a quote unquote good boy, went to college, all these things. The police for me was used as a reminder to stay in my place. I am a Latino. You're supposed to act a certain way, talk a certain way. That's what police was for. So it was not used. It was not there to help me. So when I think again of having this tool to send more police out there into the community, it doesn't. For me, it's not to protect our people. It really isn't, because that's not what the police was there for. The police hasn't been there for our community for a long time to protect us. And I want to speak for all of them. There are individual police officers that, they're still humans behind the uniform, but the entity that is the police department, we don't need any more tools to give them. What they need is to figure out their mismanagement of money. I mean, we have an audit coming up. I don't understand, let's wait for the audit. That's what we decided on last time. We're gonna wait for the audit. So anyways, that was the final thing I wanted to say.
All right, so motion is
Mr. President?
to receive and up to
President?
Councilor Bartley.
I'm gonna respond to that. Quite possibly one of the most irresponsible comments I've heard in my 10 and a half years was just uttered. To not give the police tools, to limit the number of tools, to call them essentially a gang, that's going to go unanswered and left hanging. That's a loathsome comment. Thank you, Mr. President.
So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion would be to pass the second reading.
So moved.
Pass second reading. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 5C.
Anderson Burgos?
The
We're getting
background
some-
noise.
Yeah, can
I know.
somebody silence their thing? I couldn't hear how the clerk. Brenda, could you please start over again?
Yep, absolutely. Anderson Burgos,
No.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
No.
Jenny Rivera,
No.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
Make a motion, we reconsider our action for the purpose of tabling.
Second.
Second.
Motion is to reconsider action to table. All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Say the ayes have it. The same
Ayes.
number.
Yep.
Therefore, motion is to table. Is that what we're looking for?
Make a motion to table, Mr. President.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion is table. No discussion. Once a motion is to table and can't debate it.
Just
All those-
for the record, I also,
Wait a minute.
I'm
You
sorry.
said the ayes have it, but we didn't count on the ayes that have it. So let's get on the clear here. If you
Okay,
want,
let's do it.
all right. Okay, let's take a vote on the reconsideration.
Hold on, order. The same ayes are the same ayes that voted yes, which would be 8. That would mean you have more than 7. So the ayes have it.
we ask for the vote, though?
Oh, well, once again, procedurally,
Sorry,
you can, but you didn't at the time.
Is to ask for the vote to go out. I just know, like, can I know what the terminology is to be asked for the vote loud?
3 members can ask for a roll call
Right.
vote under under our
Three
rules.
members can ask for a roll call.
I think we're having technical problems
There you
with
go.
over on Zoom.
Thank
Breaking up.
you.
It's breaking up.
Okay, so
That's
let's,
it.
Yeah.
let's have a roll call vote on reconsidering our action.
Sure.
That's one.
Well, just a show of hands.
Well, let's do the roll call. I mean, that's what he asked for.
That's
We'll
two.
give the gentleman his
Is there a
request.
third for a roll call? 2 members have asked.
3, oh.
I didn't hear a third. I know there's difficulty with the
Oh,
stuff.
Peter said yes.
Okay, so the clerk will call the roll to reconsider our action.
Anderson Burgos,
no.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
No.
Jenny Rivera,
No.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
All right, so the motion was to reconsider. Now the motion from Councilman
motion to table.
McGivern was
Before we make the motion to table, I did want to just note back to my prior, comes back to our discussion about the one vote. Hopefully that all turns out to be okay, what the law department said. So, motion to table.
Is there a
Second.
second? That's seconded, non-debatable. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
No.
No.
Motion to adjourn.
I hear 2. No, so it is tabled.
No? Oh, darn.
Not quite.
Second, Dave Bartley's.
All right. 5E.
They're not a second.
What happened?
Second.
For what? I missed it.
What was the motion?
To adjourn.
Adjourn.
Okay,
Adjourn.
all right, I'll second that.
We have items left.
We have a lot.
Yes,
We have to vote on the treasurer.
People are tired, apparently.
Let's vote.
They need their beauty
No,
sleep.
it's not 10
Pay
o'clock yet.
attention.
Keep the meeting going.
All right, here we go. So 5E, finance. Hereby accept the PVPC Connecticut River cleanup, $512,000. Motion be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee recommends that we adopt the acceptance of this grant. We had our new city engineer before us, Chris Baker. The grant comes through the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, who uses these federal dollars, cleanup dollars, for CSO projects. I think it shouldn't go without being said, but CSO projects come under the Clean Water Air Act mandate. It's an unfunded mandate, except when we get federal dollars like this, where we have to clean up the spillage of sewage into the Connecticut River, which I think we all agree is a good thing to do. City of Holyoke is getting near the 60% mark of projects that we have to do. This particular grant will be used to complete the design phase of the River Terrace project itself. We know not too many years ago we had a major spill in the River Terrace project, not because of rainfall, but because of a problem with the drain itself. And we also, this grant will also be used to finalize and finish the Jackson Street CSO, which will be the second biggest CSO project to date. Committee recommends that we accept these monies and put them to good use.
Motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 5E.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon. Bacon?
She stepped out.
Okay, unanimous vote.
With that, you approve that one. 5D was skipped because it got caught on one of the paper clips. So 5D is the fiscal year 2023 State 911 Department Support Grant for $246,044.
Sorry, Mr.
$443. That was my fault.
No, it was my fault. I was ready for that. I should have saw it.
So motion be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilman McGivern.
No. We actually make a motion to receive and refer back to the auditor.
Okay.
When we received this at the regular city council meeting, we thought it was a duplicate, but we weren't sure and nobody was around to tell us. So for safety, we just put it in committee. We've already voted on this. It is a duplicate, and we can just return it to the auditor.
5D, refer back to the auditor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Makes that one easy. 5F, back on track. This is $150,000 from patrolman to overtime. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've, for some years now, been practicing working with the police department on their overtime use and trying to keep tabs on it and trying to not make sure it's legit, but to understand what the reasons are for overtime. Reasons for this particular overtime, we had Chief Pratt could not make the meeting. He did send his regrets. It was a personal medical issue itself. But he and Sergeant Hart filled us in on the numbers for this quarter. We just went through the quarter, which includes summer vacation time, and we just went through the beginning of the fiscal year, where we started with $250,000 in this particular line item itself. The average pay period is up over $40,000 in need for overtime. This is attributed to a number of things, although some good things are happening. Of our look to budget, 92 officers, we currently are running about 82. However, there are 7 officers in the academy who will be graduating shortly. There were 2 other officers that graduated recently, and we should be back to the 92 level before the end of the fiscal year itself. We were running at about 38,000, and actually the last quarter of last year, they had it down to less than 36,000 in overtime costs per pay period. We do attribute that, and I believe it was the same thing a year ago. It's slightly higher at this point because of the summer vacation schedule. We give thanks to the police department for making sure that cruisers are manned and making sure that shifts are covered, even when there's not enough bodies to do it. They do it by having police officers, sometimes it's mandatory, work the overtime to keep the shifts covered themselves. Committee recommends the adoption of the transfer.
Motion to pass the first reading. Oh, no. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just gonna say that I will not be supporting this only because it is, for me, it's a new fiscal year. It's a new leaf. It's time to have them figure out how they will be managing overtime moving forward, as well as the numbers kind of don't add up. We gave them a specific budget for about 92 officers. So they're taking $150,000 from that budget and putting it into overtime. And then when we reach 92 officers, where are we gonna have the money for the other officers that come on that we switched out? I wanna say yes. It's not that I don't wanna say yes, because I know that they need it. It's gonna pass anyways. But eventually there has to be some forecasting, like some future planning. We can't continue to play this game where we're just transferring in and out, in and out, in and out. I don't think that that's effective, and I don't think it's healthy for the department. It's not healthy for the city overall. So for me, I'm just gonna say no more to that. Not because I don't think that they need overtime. This passed, I would yes on it, but you guys gotta all vote probably yes on it anyways, because that's what's been happening for the times. But ultimately, I am gonna eventually, I took it upon myself to say that it's time to start holding them accountable for some forecasting, planning financially, fiscally, on how to manage the funds. This in and out stuff, like clear explanation, all the other stuff.
Oh, I think we lost him.
Counselor
Rivera, you still there? No, he's gone. Okay. So Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we'll recall, during the budget process, we were informed by the auditor that we needed to fund the positions within the budget, regardless of what grant funds would be coming, regardless of which positions were not filled. So we all knew that the police department would be coming in with this transfer at this time of the year because we knew at the time of the budget that we had these open positions. So the fact that the department has to shift within itself to cover these was known at the time that we passed the budget, and this particular transfer comes as no surprise. Some of the budgeting rules I do find to be arcane because they make it hard to take into account things like grant funding and the rest, which we definitely should consider and as we're moving forward. But for this particular vote, it's really not a matter of accountability, it's about a matter of accounting. Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to get in here, just one, I'm saying no for this. Two, I just want to address a comment from the last counselor. I've been here for 9 months, and this is the first reckless comment that's been said, and that's great because I can have a whole book of 10.5 years of reckless comments that were said from this previous counselor. So I just wanted to address it real quick because the definition of a gang is just a group of people. Whatever your perception you have of a gang, that's on you. But for me, this gang in particular, the one that we're about to transfer $150,000 of overtime, has savaged our community, particularly our Black and Brown community. I know probably y'all are tired of saying Black and Brown community, so we'll say the Flats, we'll say South Holyoke, whatever it is that will make y'all feel better. But this group of people that I'm calling a gang need to fix their shit. I'm not voting yes on this overtime. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Councilor Rivera, I'm not sure if he's back on, but to the question, and Councilor Bacon kind of took care of what I was about to say because I should have said it in the first place. Part of the reason there's a surplus in the line item for patrol officers is the use of a grant that reimburses the salary, but you cannot use it until the salary is spent itself. And as we know, we have to fund the, in this case, 92 positions fully, even though we know we're going to be able to transfer money out. Same thing happens with dispatchers, same thing happens in a number of different departments and line items where grants can be used with the reimbursement formula themselves. The chief had asked for a lot more money than the $250 that we gave him. The mayor asked for a lot more money than the $250 that we gave them. And this is our way of helping, the controls of management of overtime. Chief Pratt has been very transparent about, working with first with Mayor Murphy and now with Mayor Garcia on overtime costs and keeping them down. It's, I'll say it again because if we had 92 officers and they were looking for this type of overtime money this early in the fiscal year, I would agree. They're down 10 officers. Police department is 24/7. There are X amount of cruisers that are on duty 24/7. There are demands on the police department that require overtime that go beyond just regular shifts, sometimes investigations that require additional times, whether it's the officers or the detective bureau and so on. The overtime dollars right now are being spent wisely. They're being spent for public safety reasons, and the Finance Committee supports this transfer.
Councilor Rivera is back.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, my signal caught out. I got to work on that. So, to the point with regards to the grant funding being released and being able to do this, and like freeing up funds. But that's part of the thing for me though. Like, this is not new. Like those grant funds that they're able to free up, it's not just now that they're able to free it up. Like, I'm sure they were able to free it up possibly the last fiscal year as well, or just a brand new grant that just came up. That's not what I'm understanding. What I'm understanding is like, these are people that are funded off grants, and when they get reimbursed from the grant, they'll give the money back. That's what's supposed to be happening when we give them the money to fund that grant line item, because we have to. We technically have to give, if they apply for a grant and it's a match grant, we have to fund that position. Whether they get the grant or not, we have to fund that position. So if they get the grant, then where are the funds happening after they get the grant that we gave them the money, that we fronted the money for? Like, does it come back, or are they just now able to free it up because they're gonna transfer $150,000 in overtime? So there's a lot of things for me that are unclear. So that's the piece for me where I'm like, if this was a vote where it came down to the final vote and yes, they need that money, then I would vote yes. But this is gonna pass. Everybody's gonna vote yes. Everybody's gonna vote yes. So I'm just making a stance now, just saying no. And I want moving forward for them to either work on trying to develop a plan and present a plan to us where it's like, how are they going to try to mitigate some of these issues? Just like Josh is trying to put a fiscal forecast for the city and for the community overall. Why can't the department do something similar? Just to help us out, help us better understand what's happening with the finances over there, or at least the common person, because I'm new and I guess I'm the common person, because we keep referencing new counselors and stuff. So like for me, I'm gonna be on that level where I'm brand new. So I need to know like a better explanation, a breakdown, so that I can help explain it to my constituents at the same time.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that policing work costs money, safety costs money, the community, working with the community, the whole community, not just the black and brown community, the whole community should be protected by the police. This is something that's not new. I've been at this for a lot of years where the police come in. We've had people that, summertime, there's vacations. We've had people that are injured on duty that have to cover shifts. I've talked to police officers that have to work sometimes they don't want to, sergeants and lieutenants that have to work a double shift because there's nobody, younger officers to take that shift. They're mandated to take that shift. And it costs money. If you're short people, you got to have the police protecting 24/7. It's just bottom line. I'm very much in support of this transfer. It's nothing unusual. To my new colleagues, it's something that happens, and the police do the best they can with the money that they do have. And the chief has been very transparent in what they need and how much they need to run the department. So very much in support of this, and we're one community, okay? I don't want to hear this talk about, black and brown community. We're one community.
Councilor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Tallman, also. I would just like to point out that what this department is asking for is a transfer within their budget. They are not coming back to the city and saying, we can't live within our budget, we need more money. This is a transfer within their budget. And to have leadership of this city characterizing our police department as a gang is beyond offensive. I think you need to pay attention to what we're about here in the city, which is, as Councilor Tallman very nicely said, we're here for the whole city and the safety of the whole city. And there have been many, many studies done about people who go to work every day. And every study, regardless of whether it's a cop, a nurse, a teacher, or anybody else, the vast majority of people go to work every day to do the best job they can. And in every group, there's a few bad apples. But for the leadership of the city to characterize an entire department as a gang is not only offensive, it's ridiculous. Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you. I do agree we're one city. For a long time, many policies were made in the city to affect only certain populations of the city. That's not new. That's literally the history of what this country, not even just our city, this country is built on. And what was the police used for? To keep those others in check, in line. So when I say things like Black and Brown community, it's not to drive more separation between us, but to paint a picture that for some reason is still not made clear to my white colleagues on the council. That's it. Thank you.
All right, so motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
No.
Jenny Rivera, Jenny Rivera,
Are you home?
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
Your vote, you approve that one. 5H. Committee on Finance for deferred use of $2,017,526.96 of ARPA revenue loss as a funding source for our fiscal year 2023 budget. Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Anybody got any questions, come to a committee meeting.
That's right.
So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Second.
Councilor Bartley?
Well,
No. No, don't even start.
Yeah, really, let's just move this.
I'm not going to take this nonsense.
Let's just move
So
it.
motion
This
is to
committee
pass.
works incredibly hard like all our committees work, and you can sit here and let this nonsense go on and not say something?
So,
That's the BS I'm hearing.
so motion is to pass the second reading. Clerk will call the roll.
I do.
Nothing.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
I do.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. Public safety. Councilor Rivera, Councilor Givner, are you signing on to the reports?
Yes.
Yes.
So the first one, 6A, Command of Public Safety was referred that the fire chief and fire commissioner please provide the following information to the city council in 30 days. Do any personnel of all ranks work second job that exceed 30 hours? If yes, how many? Does the department manage those second full-time obligations when ordinance 2-35 states the fire class public safety groups are supposed to be working 40-hour schedules? this has been complied with. So motion to receive, adopt, it's complied with. Counselor Rivera.
So this is an order that I believe Councilor Jordan had filed. He was not able to attend the meeting to speak on it. If you would like to speak on it now, Councilor Jordan, that would be awesome. I would like to apologize because I think you wanted it continued to be able to actually have the language maybe changed so that way you can have a better clarification as to what you're asking. So if there's another order you want to file or something, I can take that up too in public safety again. I have no issue with any of that. So yeah, that's pretty much where it landed, and we ended up filing as complied with. I kind of wanted to table it because Councilor Jordan was not there to speak on it, but legal is also here if we want to hear from them to hear their reasoning why we just comply with it, or if we want to just say it's complied and just keep moving and then do another order, I'm cool with that too.
Yeah.
Counselor Jordan.
Yeah, the chairman's got it right. This is fine, complied with. We're going to do a rewrite of the order. That's fine. I will just say, if the law department has questions, concerns, issues, and I've expressed this to the law department, call me. Call any counselor here. You know, if you feel you want to recommend changes to how things are worded, by all means, please do that. But the problem here again is people write letters and opinions addressed to an individual counselor, never having spoken to that counselor. And then they just say, I guess you're a mind reader. No basis. There's no basis whatsoever to file this order, is what they said in this letter. One page. And then it's characterized as no basis. Okay. Well, if you had called, I would have given you the basis. The basis is very simple. Our ordinance say, well, let me back up. Why is the order being filed in the first place? The order is being filed as one of many data requests that are coming relative to a whole host of departments on the issue of workplace injuries, and one of the contributing and getting to the root causes of workplace injuries. One of the obvious root causes of workplace injury is workplace fatigue. And the question here is examining if you're supposed to be working, according to the ordinance, as cited in this order, 48 hours, and I believe it's 2 24-hour shifts, and you have employees working full-time other jobs in addition to the 48 hours working for us, the question is, are you safe working 90 hours a week, 88 hours a week? Are your coworkers safe? Are citizens safe? Is this a contributing factor to accidents that are occurring? We have almost routinely 3 firefighters, not the same ones, but on a rotation throughout the entire year, always out on injury. I don't think people realize we're spending $1 million a year, excluding the school department, excluding disability retirements in this city, on workplace injuries and accident claims. So we obviously have this in finance. We're going to get into it. We're going to start asking a lot of questions of a lot of departments. So I think the best move is with this one, rework this, talking about workplace fatigue more generally as a contributing factor among many others. But what I think we cannot be afraid of is asking the difficult questions. There was one of our former colleagues got up to the rail and said, you know what? Now, she didn't mean it as a compliment. I know she didn't. But she said, no one's ever asked it this way. No one's ever asked what this guy's asking. And you know what? You're absolutely right. No one has asked that question. And that's the whole point. We need to ask into the root causes of all these. And if that means asking from time to time for information about what is going on in our departments, about why these accidents are occurring for police officers, DPW workers, firefighters, you name it, especially in these high-risk positions. Let us consider Workplace fatigue is an important issue to consider when you have people driving around in 30-ton fire trucks, in high-stress positions, climbing up 5 flights of stairs and has to go through a door or a wall with an axe or through a roof or Lord knows what to save somebody at 2 o'clock in the morning. Is everybody safe? It's not about gotcha. It's about, is everybody okay? That's what I'm concerned about. And by the way, that's not an invasion of privacy. That's protecting the citizens of this community. And that is protecting the coworkers and workers in this department. And to say that that is nothing we should even talk about. They don't say it's not happening. They're saying, don't ask about it. Don't want to know. Not that it's not happening. So we'll see. We'll retool this. We'll see how we can address all of these. But this law department better be on notice that we need to make sure we're keeping these residents of our community and our employees safe, and workplace injuries are a legitimate question. We, this council, should not just be writing a check for $1 million a year and having people getting injured over and over and over again, and we're not getting down to where it's at, and then saying, if you ask questions about it, you're invading people's privacy. So I look forward to that, and we're going to talk about other things, about how we reduce risk in this community into keeping our employees safe. And we're going to get into about incident reports and about drug testing policy, which departments have it, which don't. We need to get into all that so everybody is safe and we are preventing loss, time, protecting, obviously, money, but most importantly, making sure everybody's okay. That's, to me, the most important and is safe. So that's where this order is coming from. There will be other orders like it. I want the law department they have a difficult job. They're trying to do the right thing. If there's advice on this to any counselor, on this order, other types of orders, come to me, give me guidance, say, hey, you know what? You shouldn't word it this way, word it this way. I take all that free advice. But I just don't like to have orders dismissed out of hand. I didn't appreciate that. But that's okay. We're all doing this. We're all trying to get to the same place. So thank you.
Counselor Givner.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to mention in that meeting regarding Councilor Jordan's order, there was a question of privacy with the way the order was written, so I think I don't think anyone argues against the fact that there are safety issues that should be looked into. So I just wanted to reiterate that there was no intention to just dismiss the order. According to the law department, there were issues with privacy and asking for the information this way. So I think if it's rewritten in a way that doesn't invade privacy, I think we should be able to re-review it and get, like you said, get input from the law department so that we can get the information you're looking for. Thanks.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to make a brief comment and ask to the maker of the order, as he's doing his rewrite, to also ask for a review of the historic success or not of the 24-hour shifts in the fire department. Thank you.
Yep.
Seeing no one further, motion that's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 6B, Committee on Public Safety was referred. An order that Route 202, lines of Route 202 closed right-hand lane going towards Westfield be painted ASAP. The lines are being used to travel. It's a safety hazard. It's been complied with. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President. The city engineer came in, I believe, Councilor Bacon filed this order. And I wholeheartedly agree about this with this order too as well. The city engineer came in, pretty much explained that I believe this is on their list of line painting and stuff that they have to do. It's just that they have a lot on their plate right now. Any other, if I am wrong, someone can correct me, but I believe that was the conclusion. So we pretty much filed the order as complied with. I would recommend to the maker of the order to follow up within the next few months or so to see where this is at. So that way we can keep an eye on it and make sure that it's followed through with.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I originally in the meeting accepted the notion that this might be considered complied with, except for the fact that that roadway is approaching the most dangerous unsignalized intersection in the city. And I've now been informed that it won't be fully implemented until probably the spring. And we have had many accidents and a number of fatalities on that road. So what I would like to ask the council to do is table this in council. This is an ASAP issue. This isn't, we're gonna wait a few months. We're not gonna wait till somebody else gets killed on 202, and then everybody will be running out there the very next day painting those lines. I'll get my husband out there with a spray can if I have to. This is ridiculous. Now, I see crosswalks, half of them are painted in the city, half of them aren't. Do a job, finish the job. When you're doing the crosswalks, do the lines in the road. You come up that hill, the road, that lane that is so gone in terms of the markings, ends when you get to Apremont. People are passing people on the right-hand lane up to the top at the Apremont intersection, and then the road ends. And they're passing the people that are legitimately going straight on the right. Now, before I filed the order, I reached out to DPW. Before I filed the order, I followed up again. Now I put it in committee and the engineer came in and assured us it would be done. So I was optimistic. Maybe they'll have it done before we get to city council meeting. Nope. What do I have to do? I've been on television. I've been in the council. I politely ask on an email. It's like, I guess you just have to use the B word, hit your desk, and that's maybe when you get something done. So I would like this tabled in this chambers. I'm not willing to wait a month or 2 or 3 more months. I'm done waiting. I'm done being polite. I want it to happen.
The motion is to table 6B. Councilor Bartley.
Well, I'm just going to make a friendly, very friendly amendment. Very friendly, that we send a communication, just through chair to administrative assistant, send a communication directly to the DPW superintendent and to the commissioners expressing our urgency as of this night relative to the matter the Ward 5 councilor said. And then I'll second the motion table.
Thank you for that. And if that's a motion, I'll second it.
Can we go one step further? Could we ask them through the administrator to actually attend the next city council meeting? So that when this is tabled, they can be up there and then they can explain to the citizens and people that would be killed on this road why this still isn't happening, because she's 100% correct. And number 2 is then if they wait so long, then they're going to say, oh, it's too cold. We can't paint the lines now. See you in the spring.
So, Mr. President, I'll amend that to say that we send a force communication, and in that communication, we invite the superintendent and the commissioners to the next city council meeting.
All right, so motion is to send a communication to get this done and invite them into the next council meeting, which is October 4th.
It is.
And
that's the motion.
It's
October 4th?
No, I think it's October 4th. Yeah, I'm just making.
Yeah? Okay.
I think, unless we have another meeting. I mean,
right.
I'm just saying what the next meeting is in line based on our schedule.
We're asking about that, by the way.
Mr. President,
Councilor Givner.
I just wanted to mention also as part of that meeting, and I absolutely understand and respect where Councilor Bacon's coming from, because, you know, there's a corner at Sargent and Sycamore where cars keep driving into this woman's front lawn and there's accidents like regularly. So there's a lot of problems, and the answers we're getting, although unacceptable, seem to be out of the control of the powers that be. If there aren't enough humans to paint the streets in our city, that's a city-wide issue. I think we need to really figure out a way to focus on putting bodies in these seats to go out and do our annual street painting that's supposed to get done anyway. So there's a lot of problems, and you know, when we addressed all these issues, we talked about looking at the city as a city, all the problems in a city as a citywide, you know, solutions. I understand that this one problem area may seem like the worst possible area, but there's a lot of problem corners and streets in our city that don't have line painting, that do have line painting, that paint where the paint ends, where it's not clear, where there's no stop sign where there should be one. Like, it's all totally unacceptable. So I would just like to say I'm totally for tabling this to see if we can push it farther quicker, but I just want to respectfully give a little attention to all the problems we have citywide. Thank you.
So, yes, on the motion.
Right.
I will just note that when I've been advocating for Ward 5 and safety in the community, I have advocated for the entire city. Not just one ward and not just one street.
No question.
But when there's but when there's a super dangerous situation that's been studied and put in front of us years ago, that this area is the worst, you know, can we at least try to get the low-hanging fruit?
Right, so motion is to refer back to them to get it done now, with inviting them into the October 4th meeting, which would be the next meeting because we've done that. And then to table this. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
7A. Committee Public Service refer an order appointing Beth Goslin to serve as the Historic Commission for Fairfield Ave, which expires July 1st, 2024. Motion to receive, adopt, and confirm. Councilor Tallman.
Yes, we had Ms. Goslin in here a little while ago, and I think she's recently moved into Holyoke in a historic home. She wanted to get involved in the community. They may put out the word to get new people involved in different commissions, and she's gladly accepted to want to get the people out, better known, residents to get out more or less better to know each other. She's very happy living in Holyoke. She's only been here a couple of years, and she's looking forward to work on this commission.
All right, so motion is to confirm the appointment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next.
Can we take the next two, Mr. President, together?
Yep, so B and C take up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? B is appointing Lauren Niles to the alternate planning board to serve a one-year term. And then C is the same person to serve on the local historic commission for Fairfield Ave, which is a 3-year appointment. Both are to grant the appointments.
She's going to be a busy lady.
Yes, I make a motion to confirm the appointments.
Yep. All yours, Council.
Laura Niles came in. She's also wanted to be on the historic district. She lives a little bit off of Fairfield Avenue on Lexington. She's been to a couple of the meetings for the historic commission and also the planning board. She's followed a couple of the meetings, and she would just be an alternate on the planning board, and she's willing to step up. We had several councilors there. The mayor was there, and I believe we had 3 or 4 councilors: Councilor McGivern, Councilor Bacon, Councilor Rivera, and Councilor Anderson Burgos. Councilor Bacon, I believe, also, that asked some questions. She's willing to serve, and she's already has some background as far as seeing a couple of the meetings. There were some very good questions asked by my colleagues at that meeting.
Anyone further? See none. Motion is to confirm both appointments. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? D is appointing Jessica LeBron Martinez to serve as a member of the Commission on Disabilities, which would be a 3-year term which expires March 2025. Motion is to appoint and confirm. Counselor Tallman.
Thank you. Yeah, Jessica, we came in on the Zoom that night. She's been involved in human services. She's willing to get involved in the community. Like I said, the mayor put out a call for new people, new residents. I think she's originally from Holyoke, came back to Holyoke about 4 years ago, and then she wants to serve on this commission. She has the time, and she's willing to step up and serve her community.
All right, so motion is to receive, adopt, and confirm. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7E is Committee on Public Service was referred in order in accordance with the Tourism Advisory Committee. The initial committee was comprised of have a consideration recommend that the order be referred to the City Council President to make an appointment to the Advisory Committee. So, Councilor Thomas.
This is complied with. We brought this up, and it's your pick. If somebody wants to volunteer for this, we're looking for a person from the council to serve on this committee.
It's anyone who wants to volunteer. Yeah, and they started the meetings. So we'll send out an email reminder tomorrow for those who want to volunteer, but this has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
7F, Public Service was referred that interviews begin for candidates for interim treasurer position. Recommend that it's been complied with. Councilor Tallman.
Yes, we had 3 people come in for the interviews. We had Rory Casey, Amy Shanowski, and Michael Hansen. We had several counselors online and several in the room that asked some very good questions on this very important position. We gave them all probably about a 20-25 minute chance to explain themselves. We asked questions on their experience with Munis, with the position, with reconciling, with this job that may change in a year or two. They're all aware of that. I just was a very good evening, very good discussion. And I'll just want to say that you can take this up, go to the first ballot for the acting treasurer position.
All right, motion is to go to the first ballot. Any
Second.
Discussion? And that was second. Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President, the issue of one of the candidates, there were 4 candidates at one time, but I learned past couple of days that there were actually another 4 or 5 candidates that applied for this position that we were not made aware of. The position is an elected position which requires by charter that the individual must live in the city of Holyoke, not move to the city of Holyoke, but must live in the city of Holyoke. A number of the candidates that we were not forward were individuals that do not live in the city of Holyoke. However, Mr. Hansen is an individual who does not live in the city of Holyoke. It became clear through his interview. He's very well qualified, very knowledgeable, and probably would be a good acting treasurer, but he lives in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. He owns a condo, which he told us he bought for his daughter, who is just starting a bakery up in Amherst, and he is willing, he didn't say move to the city of Holyoke, but he's willing to use that condo for the purpose of performing this job if he were to be appointed. My concern is 2. One is if he were appointed this evening, he cannot be sworn in until he becomes a resident of the city of Holyoke. And 2 is, why did someone make a decision not to give us all the candidates? And it's concerning. It's concerning that we don't get to look at, the criteria of an elected position is the voters. And this is a very hard decision for us to make as elected officials. We are essentially trying to do the best for what we think the voters would do if it were a ballot at the polls themselves. I'm very uncomfortable going to the first ballot without answering some of these questions.
Mr. President?
Second. Councilor Givner was first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to get a little clarification. So regarding other candidates that applied that were not residents of Holyoke, I was just curious as to, or maybe I can re-ask the question, why we would think their information should be forwarded to us if they automatically don't qualify to serve in that position.
So on that, it doesn't mean that they're not qualified to serve. If I apply, I'm from Springfield, I'm not a resident of Holyoke, but I can always move to Holyoke and become a resident and then take the position. So as I've always said with any positions, when resumes come in, I tell HR to send everything over our way. We will do the vetting as to what qualifies or does not qualify. That's our job.
Right. So just one more question. Sorry.
Also, regarding this, I know there was a deadline for applying, which I've stated before to this council. Even if someone didn't apply, if a candidate were to come in here tonight or that we know of, we can vote their name.
Right.
We can
That's
pick
right.
whoever we want.
That's right.
So even though Joe, Tessa, and myself applied, everyone can vote Kevin Jourdain. That's just how it works. So just being clear on the procedure. So Councilor Givner.
So I guess to ask the same question again, in my mind, if a person needs to live in the city to qualify and they don't live in the city, how do they qualify for a position?
Because if they get the position, they have a time frame in order to live in the city.
Right,
Understood. Thank you.
right.
So hold on. Next was I had Kevin and then Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
First of all, I think Councilor McGivern's concerns are valid. I agree with them. I will say that I spoke to Mr. Hansen because obviously we only got the filter of 4 candidates. One unfortunately dropped out, who I also liked, but apparently he dropped out like day of, allegedly. And I spoke to this candidate, Mr. Hansen, and he made it quite clear. If you guys appoint me, I'm moving to Holyoke. I'm going to come here. I already own property in Holyoke, and I'm going to buy an additional place or rent a place. I will move to Holyoke in. And by the way, I mean, if we're going to have strict on you need to be a resident at the time of appointment, then we better make sure we're following that for all the department heads. Because I don't think we're doing that. Find out all these different quote unquote people who were chartered people here and find out where they're living, maybe even to today. Forget when the time they were appointed, and we're going to find out. Now, someone will say, oh, well, this is elected, so it's all different. Well, as long as this council and this person follows through, and by the way, I believe there's also a state statute on this point about people not following up when there is a residency requirement and they don't, that their position does become vacant. We need to, one, totally agree with the point, all candidates. That's for us, the 13 counselors, to determine who gets your vote. There's no screening committee. You get to have all the applications. You are your own screening committee. We listen to interviews and all this, just as the president said, he's 100% right. You can pick anybody that applied and somebody that didn't apply. You can pick for anybody you want. And that includes people that live out of town, by the way. So if there's people that are being X'd out that wanted my vote or my consideration, I should have the right to know who those people are. So that alone is grounds to table this. And as far as deadlines go, we shouldn't, that must be just a rookie thing that people don't get it around here. That deadline, that's like to try and speed people up to get the applications. We keep taking them because the deadline is like the minute that we took this up for going to first ballot. That's the actual real deadline. So we could take anybody's application just so everybody's aware of how this process really works. So It is important, but it's not pressing that we do this tonight, in that the mayor appointed Sharon, who by all accounts is doing a fine job, who doesn't live in Holyoke, by the way. She seems to be on top of things to the best that she can be, although she didn't apply and she's the interim person. Here we are. So hopefully we can get to whatever all the candidates are and have at it.
Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
I was actually just going to say the mayor's here this evening. He's still here. It's 10:15, and he does appoint the personnel director. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they probably had some kind of procedure, so maybe we could invite the mayor, or I don't know if Kelly's joined us at all, but like maybe we could do that.
Make that like
The motion, ask the mayor a question.
Sure. Just
Second.
another newbie thing.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Mayor.
Oh, just make sure.
Thank you. I'll take the punches. This is all good. Candidates applied. Candidates were told you had to reside in there's a residency requirement. Candidates chose not to go forward, considering they don't want to move to the city of Holyoke.
Okay,
That's what
that's
happened.
fine. All right. That's fine.
So if they
You did have one candidate that only wanted to work 15 to 20 hours a week that didn't live in the city of Holyoke. And, you know.
We know.
We're
there
good
goes
with that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so then to.
So
We got,
Hold on.
One question though to the mayor is, we got all the applications of the people that were willing to move to Holyoke, right?
Yeah.
Nobody was excluded that wanted to move to Holyoke.
Nobody was excluded that wanted to move to Holyoke.
Okay.
And Kelly is actually online, and
No.
I'm sure she was the one that communicated directly with the folks.
Okay, that sounds good.
So next, Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti, are you all set, or? All right, Councilor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just sort of cheer to my friend Joe. I didn't realize that there are people that were knocked out of the box, but I think that just answered it right there. So that's one point. I hadn't heard that. I know that one candidate, a Holyoke resident, seemed to drop out of the race either the morning of or the day before. And so when I walked in here that night for the hearing, I was caught off guard to that because I only saw 3 resumes and 3 people here, so I didn't even realize that that particular party was no longer interested in the position. Third, I have 4 points. Third point is that this is similar to what we did in the Ward 3. That was a totally made up, out of thin air deadline for resumes for the Ward 3 school committee. So I would hope we don't do that ever again. I just think it leads to confusion. Unless there's a valid rule in place for a specific deadline, if there's an opening, make it clear in the advert that city councilors, if it's indeed our appointment, can make the call with whomever we choose as of the night of the meeting. So to throw in artificial deadlines doesn't help anybody. But in particular, it doesn't help me, but I don't think it helps the candidates. So I would ask that never be done again, at least in my tenure. And lastly, Mr. President, it's always been my position that if one counselor, and I mean just one, wants to ask additional questions of a candidate or candidates for a position, that counselor should have that right. And so whether this is for a new job opening or a veteran, that we shouldn't just power through. We should give that candidate and we should give that counselor the opportunity to ask those questions should the candidate want to come in. So that being said, I would have no problem either tabling this here, though I'd rather not. If we are not going to deal with it, I would much rather send it back to public service and have proper order so we don't have to have the dog and pony show at the rail. We can just sit here at the table like we always do, have counselors be here like we always do, and have the candidate come in and join us for a relaxed 25 minutes, as Pete rightly, and he held a very good meeting the other night. So I would, if that's the will, then I would support that. If not, I'm prepared to vote tonight. Thank you.
Next, and one thing about the deadlines, the deadlines aren't designed to be problematic. I think they can be. I think for personnel, HR, for the mayor, they're trying to put out there to people, apply. If it just left open, people, there's a delay process. So they're trying to be proactive to get people in order to allow us to have the stuff to do the job. So I'm not going to fault them for that, but I understand your point, Councilor Bartley, in the sense of it can be a negative in the sense of if I was going to apply and I missed the deadline, I want to apply, I should, because I still am valid to get
And Mr. President, if I may, I hope I didn't think I was
No, I just want them to
applying
know
fault
that.
to anybody. I didn't mean to infer that. I would just rather have them say in the advert that councilors have the right to vote for whomever they choose up to the time of the vote.
Yeah.
So that's all I was saying. Thank you.
So next is Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I think we heard it from the mayor tonight, and I probably should have said earlier that we did have one person drop out the day before that was very well qualified, and we had another person that, as the mayor stated, that lived out of the city that wanted to work just part-time, and we don't need a part-time treasurer. And I think we had a great meeting that night. Everybody, I believe, with a week or so before, every counselor had the resumes of candidates. They could call the people that are looking for the job could have contacted counselors. I've had a couple calls from a couple people that were looking for the position to talk with them, and I'm sure several other counselors have opportunities, and maybe gotten some calls from a couple of the people that applied for the position. And I think we should go for the vote tonight. I mean, the will of the body, but I don't know what it's going to do going back to committee. Right. I think we want to get a person in that position. And Sharon Bittner-Willis is doing a great job, but I think they want her to get back to the auditor's office. And I think the mayor is looking for having somebody in this position until at least next year.
Councilor Bacon, would you have?
I'm all set now. Thank you. My questions were answered, and I hope we move forward with the ballot.
Okay. So motion was to go. Oh, Councilor McGivern.
Hey, listening to comments, I think I have to restate what I said because this wasn't about our personnel director. This wasn't about the other candidates as much as it was about the reasons giving were similar to the reasons why did Mr. Hansen's candidacy come forward if he's not a resident. I understand what Councilor Jordan is saying. I was at the interview here without asking him. He clearly stated he lives in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. He clearly stated he bought the condo on Colby Drive. He didn't say Colby Drive. He said down the street for his daughter, who has just opened up a bakery. I heard it's a pretty good bakery, too, up in Amherst. And he clearly stated that he could utilize that condo if he were to get the position. That was his words.
Okay.
And I, for one, found him more than qualified and would be interested to see if he could perform the job we need in the office. But he cannot be sworn in. If the mayor leaves the city tomorrow, he's no longer our mayor. If any one of us leaves the city or the ward we live in, we're no longer an elected position. Officer. This is not an appointment to a department head as an appointment. It's an appointment to an elected position. We have no choice here to give a person time to come in and move in. We have to wait until they move in. And some people will interpret the charter and say they actually have to have residency established before. Because if you run for election, you can't, run for election, get elected, and then decide to move into where you're supposed to be.
So the motion is to go to the first ballot. It was Councilor Jordan.
Thank you. I think it bears some speaking to the candidates at this point. Now that we've gotten through the merits, I think that it's absolutely legitimate to vote for any of the three candidates at this point. I suppose you could vote for a fourth person, whoever that is, to your choice. I'm only going to speak to two people that I know fairly well, I think. Well, actually, one person I've only gotten to know. The other person actually I've known from around City Hall a bit. But the first person I would like to speak in favor of, who I am going to vote for, is Mr. Hansen. I think that this office needs a serious, qualified person in it. The resume, compared to the other candidates, it's night and day. You have two people with no substantial financial experience, high school diplomas, versus Mr. Hansen, who is a retired CPA, an MBA, years and years and years of finance experience. Normally we don't talk about the merits and demerits of the candidates, but in this case it was so stark, the resume difference between these candidates, that if Mr. Hansen is willing to move here, and he has absolutely said, and he want, because I asked him this question, I said, are you going to move here? Two questions. Are you going to move to Holyoke if you're an established residency here? He said, 100%. He said, he says his wife wants to be in Holyoke, to relocate here if they have this position. She wants to go and help the daughter who's running the bakery in Amherst, and he wants to be the treasurer of the city of Holyoke. Locate, live here in Holyoke. Crystal clear. I made that point. Next question I asked too, which is the natural extension of this, which is, if you were to be appointed, would you run for the position next year? Because whoever we appoint has to be elected for the remaining 2 years of the term. And he said, absolutely. He said, I hope that, people will get to know me, and if I do a good job, that they will consider me for a vote. And, he knows that there's no guarantees, and it's an election, and such as it is. So Mr. Hansen, hands down, no questions asked, is overwhelmingly the obviously qualified candidate for this position. Having said that, I also want to say some nice things about Rory Casey. Rory Casey is a good man. He has done a lot of really tried to contribute around here in City Hall. He's been sort of involved, sort of jack of all trades, doing a number of things. I've enjoyed working with him recently on the health insurance thing. Very thoughtful man, very committed to the city of Holyoke. It's just, he's not anywhere near as qualified as Mr. Hansen. And I have to go with who is the most qualified and can hit the ground running, capture, the important gravitas issues facing this Treasury Department, which, by the way, is not some well-oiled, well-running machine down there by any means. They're having issues reconciling stuff. A CPA with his type of CFO and finance background, dealing with the Flynn Associates and these other type of people of the heavy-duty investing that goes on, and the banking transactions and all of that goes on with, that's just in Hansen's wheelhouse. I just felt compelled to speak to how I looked at the candidates and looked at it really from the perspective, I've never heard of or knew Mr. Hansen before, and just to getting to know, and I was really shocked, quite frankly, pleasantly, that we got a person of his gravitas was even applying and interested in this position, because this office for the last 10 years has been under unbelievable scrutiny, has had number of issues that should have never occurred in this office. Read IG reports, read all kinds of things that are out there about this office. And as we move forward, I think we owe it to the citizens to vote for the most qualified candidate. And in this case, it happens to be Mr. Hansen. Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm just reading our charter, section 45 says no person shall be eligible to any office of the city government unless he is a citizen and has been a resident of the city for at least 2 years. So I'm wondering if we can suspend the rules, ask legal for sort of their take on that, because based on what I'm reading here, if for office of the city government, unless you have been a citizen or a resident for the past 2 years, you're not eligible for this position. So I just want to.
So motion is to suspend the rules, ask a question, is seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Mike, Kathy? You're on mute, Mike.
Mute, Mike.
I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The charter is fairly specific on this point. Must be a resident on the day that they are elected, on the day that they file papers, and whatever period before that is required. But they definitely have to be a resident of Hoyoke when appointed, when their term appointed by the city council begins. As I've opined before, the mayor is not subject. His appointment can be a non-resident because his appointment is acting under state law, which supersedes our charter and ordinances. And so after that appointment, technically that appointment could run its course and then the city council appointment could take place. However, I don't see that as a get around of the 2-year requirement. Just would not fit. But certainly the council can time its appointment to a later date once the mayoral appointment under state law expires.
So right now, so technically the candidate, Mr. Henson, I mean, technically, it will have to be 2 years from today if we were to appoint it technically. Right.
I wasn't aware of the Hanson's candidacy prior to the interviews the other evening, but knowing that it does have a unit owned in the city of Hoyoke, it is quite conceivable if he owned that unit for the past 2 years, that coupled with his intent to remain, which is what categorizes a resident for voting purposes in the Commonwealth, that may be enough to satisfy this requirement. I don't know any more than that without seeing his deed and having some idea of his intentions here.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would like to make one comment relative to the department, which is we've gone through the route of having a consultant come in, work with the employees in the department, get everything reconciled, put procedures into place, and assure us that going forward, the reconciliations would continue in a proper fashion. So we've been the consultant coming in, supporting the staff route, and we still have the same reconciliation problems today that we had before the consultant came and after the consultant left. For me, it's time for fresh eyes, somebody who knows what they're looking at when they're looking at it. We're not going to be able to have consultants sitting here all the time holding our hand. And I will say that I followed up with the candidate relative to the temporary nature of the position. So whether the candidate, in the case of Mr. Hanson, is eligible or is not eligible to run, he has expressed his interest in the position, whether it is temporary, whether it gets modified into an appointed position by the mayor, or whether it remains an elected position. As we all know, we're looking at restructuring our finance department. He is very clear that this may be temporary and that we do not know exactly what the structure will be in the future, and expressed his interest in our due consideration, totally understanding that in my follow-up conversation with him. So my vote will be for the most qualified person that I think can bring the knowledge and skills to the department that we need. And I think in terms of those who may have concern because he doesn't have specific government experience, well, that's where the consultant can help him. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you. I just am hoping that whatever we decide, I do hope that we can take a vote soon. I think it's just a really important office that needs some stability sooner than later. I also just have some concerns. I didn't get to be there that night in person, but I watched the video afterwards. I just think we've kind of tried to take the route of like someone who doesn't have a ton of municipal experience, but like a municipality is not a business. And I think it's really concerning if we're gonna hire someone who doesn't understand or municipal government. So I'm just hoping we can hire someone soon, and I appreciate everyone's questions during the discussion. So thank you. That's all.
One point for everyone, I did sit with the mayor and the outside group that is helping with catching the office up, and they're going to be around for, they're working out the details, but they're going to be around every day, depending on if we appoint someone or not. And whoever is there will be working alongside this group to get everyone on the same page and catch the office up. So there is an outside consultant and there are employees that are working downstairs to catch everything up. The mayor is still allowed to speak on that because we suspended the rules. If the mayor wants to add to that, because we did have a lengthy meeting with the outside consultant that you had. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, councilors. I don't envy you at all at this moment. Yes, absolutely. We're currently negotiating a contract with a consultant that will be offering the training, and I'm listening to Councilor Bacon. Yes, we're doing this again. But the other important thing for you guys to know is that you do have an extremely unique opportunity to change the course for longer term sustainability. So whoever you guys decide to appoint, it's temporary. I think it's currently in committee what you guys want to do, if whether or not you want to change the charter or should we allow it to, go back for a vote. That's a conversation with this body. I think because it's temporary and there's too many unknowns, is, in my opinion, the reason why we don't have those strong, qualified candidates we all want to see in there. You have candidates in front of you that whoever you choose, and because we have the consultant, strong facilitation of coordination and knows how to take a plan and implement, not necessarily just know debits and credits. I think we have a team in there that's ready to learn with this consultant to help with the catch-up once again, unfortunately. But at the same time, this body here, each of you, between now and the next few months, really come to a conclusion on the direction so that we can find the permanent qualified candidate to run the department. I think the candidates in front of you know and understand from what I took from the interview, know that this is temporary and it's not long-term. So that was just, just offering some insight here. And hopefully, we can move forward on a decision.
Anyone further? Councilor Rivera.
I just, thank you, Mr. President. I got a call the other day from Mr. Hanson, and the only question I asked him, because I think he's qualified too and all that, but one of the major questions for me was his concern around the position being eliminated, because he was talking about moving his whole family over. And if that is a concern, then he needs to really fully understand that the position more than likely is in the process of trying to do that and have that understanding. But then there's another piece where I don't know if I would feel comfortable voting for him, not knowing whether or not his residency requirement piece is all in shape. You know what I mean? Like, rules are rules, and we should actually figure out which way, whether or not the person has the residency requirements before we actually move forward. Because then if we make the vote and then we vote for him and he gets the position, and we find out that he hasn't owned the condo for 2 years, he's not qualified for the position, and we just did nothing, more or less. We can go back to square one. But that's just, I mean, I'm ready to vote regardless, but just something I kind of wanted to point out.
You know what, Councilor Jordan?
Yeah, the thing that is important to note about Section 45 is, this is the one that was referenced about having been a resident of the city for at least 2 years. First point, that applies to all the offices. This isn't just for elected office, all the offices of the city, except for superintendent of schools. So the question is that actually really happening? That's, you know, if that's the case, then, you know, gee, we had a vote in here for assessor, about a meeting ago, where everybody was from out of town. And we actually thought we were all going to vote. We were actually voting for the assessor. It turns out it was all a big hoax. It was all a big mistake. We actually shouldn't have even voted on that, because it turns out that was just for a regular staff position. It wasn't for one of the 3 assessors. That's kind of funny how that happened. But nevertheless, none of the people that we thought we went to ballot for lived in Holyoke. But they all said they're going to, you know, may or may not move to Holyoke. No Section 45 was discussed. Whether we have police chiefs, fire chiefs, all these different positions, these people all living in Holyoke and have been for the 2 years before they were appointed? I mean, you can just go down the list of things around here. I might start actually keeping track of a list, because I think it's going to be a long one that doesn't follow Section 45. So the question is, you know, and by the way, I take with some novelty that we have the city solicitor, by the way, you know, she a resident of Holyoke for 2 years before she got appointed city solicitor. You know, that we eliminated the residency for that position, but the charter still says, you know, this. I don't know. I mean, we could go on and on about all of this. And here we have an opportunity to have a person that says, I'm willing to be a resident. Maybe he's already meets it. I haven't checked into his condo deed, but goodness gracious, if the person's willing to say they're willing to move here and do that. If he doesn't move here, well, that's a whole different subject, right? But to see, I don't want to see people not voting yes or no on his candidacy because of that issue, you know? Because if he doesn't move to Holyoke, it's a moot issue. He can't be sworn in and the whole 9 yards. So that's a separate issue. Even then, I wouldn't vote for him, okay? Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
I'll be quick, I promise. I just want to vote when it's over with. But my first thought is, you know, first of all, how much does this position pay? And if you're going to relocate your entire family for this one position that may or may not be available, that's a high risk. Second, we do not know for certain, as Councilor Jordan mentioned, that if he, you know, the deed to this condo, we don't know that. These are words that came out of his mouth. We don't know him. We just have to take it at face value. You know, that's the other part. And honestly, you know, I feel that a lot of the workers who come in devoted in and out of City Hall work hard, build those relationships with the people that currently work there. There's something to say there, you know? It's about building relationships and having that respect and uplifting your employees. And I know who I'm gonna vote for, you know, but it most certainly will not be Mr. Hampson. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Section 45 is the way I've always understood it is pretty simple to explain. Attorney Bissonette just said that, you know, the mayor can appoint the position of the treasurer temporarily because of Mass General Law, which is true. But it's also true that the mayor doesn't have the responsibility of replacing the vacant elected position. The city council does, and that's why residency becomes key to us. A resident is someone who lives permanently in a place or have been in the place for a long-term basis. If I buy a condo on a lake in Vermont, does that mean I can run for the governor of Vermont? I don't think so. I don't think that's the way it works. And what trumps the two-year part in our charter is very simple. It's called the Constitution. We have 3 qualified people that are before us this evening. The question is, one of them can or cannot get sworn in. The other 2 work in government. The other 2 understand munis. The other 2 have established themselves in different parts and positions within this government, and each of them have worked in the treasurer office. One of them very much with the reconciliation of the accounts, and both of them understanding the importance of the offices. So qualifications are there. We don't know what the voters would do if this was an election, but I have a feeling someone from Gettysburg is behind in the vote at the moment.
Let's vote.
All right, so motion was to go to the first ballot.
First ballot.
We're gonna go to the first ballot. When you hear your name, state the name of your person.
Anderson Burgos,
Rory Casey.
Bartley,
Hanson.
Givner,
Rory Casey.
Jordan,
Hanson.
Maldonado Velez,
Rory Casey.
McGee,
Casey.
McGivern,
Rory Casey.
Murphy Rambleti,
Rory Casey.
Israel Rivera,
Casey.
Jenny Rivera,
Rory Casey.
Tallman,
Rory Casey.
Bacon,
Hanson.
Rory Casey elected on the first ballot.
All right, Rory Casey to serve as the interim treasurer. 8A. DGNR, Committee on DGNR, who was referred a special permit application. This is for the White Hut. Recommended that the order be receive, adopt, and grant the special permit. There's discussion. Councilor Murphy Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we met on Monday, the 29th, which feels like it was 3 weeks ago. And we had a great conversation with the applicants. So this is for the property at 825 Hamden Street on the corner at Pleasant. And this is where the People's Bank was. So they applied for a special permit for fast food. They're planning to use the existing building. We learned a lot about the project. They did a great job providing us with all the information to make sure that it meets all the needs of the special permit requirements. We talked about the parking. There's a parking reduction that they applied for with the planning board. This would normally require, I believe, 74 spots, or 47.
47.
Sorry. And the parking reduction would be for 16. There was a discussion about the planning board including as one of their conditions that the property would have a 6-month look-back period to make sure that the parking is adequate. We weren't entirely sure about that, so Jeffrey actually sent everyone the letter from the planning board, and it basically says after 6 months, the applicant will provide a 6-month update to the planning board, and at that time, they'll determine if there's enough parking and if there's no other issues. They talked about wanting to do regular maintenance on the property. You know, they pay really close attention to the exterior. They have a White Hut in West Springfield. The hours that they said would be similar to the West Springfield one. So it would be, they open at 6:30 a.m. for breakfast, which is exciting. I like breakfast. And in the winter, it goes till 6 p.m. In the summer, it goes until 7 p.m. They do hope to open in the spring of 2023, hopefully, assuming all goes to plan. They also talked about having an outside patio, and that's exciting. And this would represent about 15 jobs, full and part-time. So overall, just a great presentation, exciting to see it. And the committee voted to recommend that the order be adopted. So that's my update.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. That was a very good summary by the chair. I just want to not clarify, but just sort of add to what the chair just said. What we did a short while ago was grant a zone change to this particular petitioner from R2 to BL. As part of BL, it's required when you have a restaurant that you have to apply for a special permit. So that is another reason why there's layers to government. And I heard what one counselor said that night, and I actually in retrospect, I tend to agree with it, because it just, you think about the layers of government the layers of that this government requires for petitioners to come in. Sometimes it can be a little overwhelming, and I did hear that night from one of the members of the committee, and I think he's more right than wrong. But I will just say that when we have a special permit, Mr. President, it is not to provide a tripwire or a roadblock. It's to give counselors who have to make, I think, important decisions a little more time, and gives them a chance. It certainly gave me a greater chance to delve deeper into the application. This is a perfect example of it. So what you just heard the chair say is the applicant had to go before the planning board to ask for a reduction in the number of parking spaces. This was 47 to 16. And the planning board said, within its right, under 9.4.3, that they can ask for a review of 6 months. So I asked that night to the petitioner, well, what does the planning board intend to do? How are they going to assess it? Well, it turns out the planning board says, dear petitioners, you assess it yourself, and you tell us if you have enough parking. I wouldn't exactly call that like an anvil over their head, but 9.4.3 allows them to do that. I'm not criticizing the planning board as much as I enjoy doing it. In this case, I'm simply saying that special permits, if used correctly, like it's being used in this case, allows all of us to think a little more in depth. So when I thought about that, I said to the petitioner, it's so important, and I brought up the part about the patio to you, it's so important that you really assess what you need. Another counselor was at the meeting said, are you going to make sure your employees are off-site? Yes, in fact, we are going to do that. That's an important question to ask. Now, we didn't put any conditions on it because I think each of us knows the quality that the Yee family brings to just about everything that they do. So we didn't say that employees have to park off-site. And knowing the petitioner as I do, and I think most of us do, if they feel that the 16 spaces on the premises are inadequate, they can go across the street, and I ask them to do so now rather than at the last minute, and to ask the Dunkin' Donuts people who are not using that back lot to ask for their consideration. Can we use the lot for our purposes? Get ahead of it. And I'm sure that they will. But for the special permit, Mr. President, I don't get to ask that question. And I don't know if the petitioner would have thought of that, but it's an important part of the process. Last comment, I've had a wonderful relationship with them. I'm so happy for a Holyoke family, and as I said multiple times, I want to thank them for their investment in the city. It's really just so nice to see an area town, similar to what Ray Street is happening down there on Upper Hampton. It's nice to see an area of town really turning a corner, and this one surely is. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our chair ran a good meeting, Councilor Bartley, myself, and the importance, I think, of this development is the key that it's a known developer within the region. Both Edison Yee and Nick Yee were on Zoom with us. They answered all our questions, similar to when we did the zone change with them not too long ago. It's a building that we don't want to see vacant. It's obviously not going to turn to residential. And it's a building that, and this was talked about earlier with the project Kitty Corner and the church property being saved with Mr. Bolduc's proposal itself. There's opportunity for moving employee parking off, not just across the street, as Councilor Bartley said, but Kitty Corner, I think those Indian motorcycles are going to be inside the building, not outside. So I think there's going to be plenty of spaces over there to rent also. But it's just fantastic to see the Yees investing in Holyoke.
Councilor Bacon.
Without repeating everything that's already been well said, I just simply want to say that I'm in strong favor of this special permit being granted. Thank you.
Anyone further? Anyone online? No. Councilor Tallman first.
Yeah, I just want to agree. I'm very much in support of this project. Thanks to DGNR committee for running a great meeting. This is an area of Holyoke that is really coming to life with the church and with the Yee family, with Dunkin' Donuts, that whole corridor, the new restaurant up there. I mean, it's just amazing that we were taking a building that's been vacant for a number of years and putting a business in there and employees and tax dollars for the community. So I want to thank the petitioner and the Yee family.
With that, I'll also up my support for this. Mr. E reached out to me from the very beginning when they were considering this spot and said, what do you think? I said, that'd be phenomenal, bringing the White Hut to that area. But at the same time, he said, well, just understand, we're going to close it down around 6 p.m., 7 p.m. in the summer. We're going to make sure about parking. All the things that we've been talking about from when we changed the zoning to then now the special permit, they were already proactive on it, and they just said, just want to make sure we're up front as to what we're trying to do. This is the professionalism that this family has offered and what they continue to offer, and now they're bringing it to the city of Holyoke. So absolutely thank them for what they're doing, but also the way they thought about the residents surrounding this area first and foremost. So I do appreciate what they're doing for us. So with that, there's nothing further. Motion is receive and grant the special permit. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the special permit.
Anderson Burgos?
Absolutely.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez? McGee?
Yes.
She didn't
Yes.
hear you.
McGivern?
Yes.
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve the special permit. Motions, orders, resolutions. 9, Councilor Jordan McGivern, order that pursuant to the January 4th, 2022 order, which was unanimously approved by the City Council, HG&E appear before the Finance Committee to give an update on their
Receive
progress.
before the Committee on Finance.
For the Finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Next one is from Councilor Bacon, or that DPW representatives and the auditor provide a financial review of the sewer enterprise fund to ordinance.
To ordinance and finance.
And so ordinance.
Jointly is
Oh,
the
okay.
request.
Okay, to ordinance and finance.
That could be a first.
What
We did it
commissioner?
once before.
Oh, that's right. You're
All
right.
right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Next is from Councilor Bacon, order that the mayor be given authority to hire DPW director mid-range or more than the max without needing further approval by council due to special circumstances.
So,
Ordinance?
okay, but just bear with me for a minute on this, because I know it has to go to committee and come back to us before we can act on it. But what I want to say is when we passed the last ordinance language, the way that it was written did not meet the intent. This clarifies the intent, because what we wanted to do was give that ability and flexibility to the mayor in the first place. But I didn't catch that the legal form stipulated that it come back even so.
Okay.
Which is why you saw me verifying a couple things tonight to be sure. So this is a cleanup, but we want the mayor to be able to move forward, and I hate to wait till October 4th. So I have looked at the rules. If the body was willing, and I know it's late, but the ordinance committee we can recess for 5 minutes. Ordinance committee can meet, and we could come back. Because this was the intent of everybody involved in the first place. But I know it's a late hour, so. But it would be the only way that I see that we could accomplish it before October at this point.
Let's do it.
Why just refer to?
So if we can still sit here, we can recess. I can call ordinance committee to order. And if you refer this to ordinance, I can take it up right now, come back.
All right, so motion is referred to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion is to recess
So the
for
ordinance
5
committee
minutes.
can meet to take up this order. Yeah.
Can I get a,
Make a motion, we recess for 4.5 minutes.
I'd like to make a point of
second
order.
that.
Hold on, Councilor Jordan.
I have a point of order. I want to ask the law department for a legal opinion if that is compliant with the open meeting law to call an unannounced ordinance committee meeting
Okay.
right now to have a one-item agenda with no notice to the public that this is being done. I'd like the law department to weigh in if that's legal. If we can just have unannounced committee meetings.
Motion to suspend the rules, allow legal to weigh in. All
Thank
those in
you.
favor? All
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
No, it's a fair point. But.
Okay.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right, well, that's easy.
No.
I withdraw that motion.
A good idea.
So
Council.
it is.
All right, well.
No.
We can do it.
Not gonna lie to you.
Mr. President,
Hold on.
Mr. President,
Hold on. Who's that? Is that Mike?
Yes.
it may be passed, on a first reading, under, Councilor Jordan may have to help me on this. I believe there's a 2/3 vote that you can take up a mayoral order on first reading, pass it through all its stages on the written recommendation of the mayor. So that may be a possibility if this has to go, for some reason tonight, it is a financial order. So that may be an option.
Yep. It's an ordinance, so there's actually a state law also on an ordinance change that as long as no member objects, you can do all the readings on one night of an ordinance change too, by the way, as long as there's unanimous consent. So you got two pieces to this. You have a financial implication, which I don't think this is really... You're not talking about the money piece of this, right? But you're more of the ordinance rules side,
So
right?
we already passed an ordinance that allows the mayor to exceed the mid-range on this particular appointment.
Okay, so
The
what,
problem with the legal language is it's requiring the mayor to come back to us again to get permission to do that because of the way the legal draft
Wording.
is crafted.
so you
And
want to
our
amend
intent-
the ordinance?
Right, and so that's why I filed this order, because if I had caught that at the time, I would have gotten rid of the coming back part.
And it's sitting in committee right now, Linda?
No,
No, we already
we
approved-
passed it
we already
out
passed it.
here.
This is-
This is the cleanup so that the mayor doesn't have to come
So
back
we've
to
already
us.
taken it up.
Oh, it's already all done. There's nothing in
Already done.
committee right now.
So
No.
what happened was we
No.
approved this
All right.
as an ordinance change. Now what?
We
Council
can't vote on it
needs-
because it's not in legal form.
That's what I was going to
True,
get
true.
at. There's no legal form.
So you can't
So
vote
we're
on
gonna-
something not in legal, even if we wanted to bypass, see, I thought
No,
there
no,
was
no, I
something
just-
in ordinance.
No.
We could
Yeah.
pull it out of committee, vote on it with unanimous consent tonight. That you could do.
Right.
But the problem there you have is we don't have legal form to actually even take a vote.
Right.
That's
Right.
that's
So-
going to be the showstopper.
So I
two
was
ordinance.
trying to use
No,
the rules to be efficient.
You were trying.
We still do have to do the notice, I
All right,
get it.
So two ordinance for that one. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
12.
Make a motion to suspend the rules to take up 12, 13, 14, 15, and 20 and refer to Committee on Finance.
Second.
12, 13, 14, 15, and 20. So 12 is 25, let's see, the employee benefit, $25,000 grant. 13 is the Munis employee self-service, looks like a grant, 29,000. 14 is 62,000 from pay local building inspector, property management to zoning officer, building commissioner. 15 is 1,000 from nurses to overtime. And 20 is $10,000 grant for library services. All those to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Make a motion to suspend the rules, take 16, 17, 18, and 19 as a package and adopt this evening.
Second.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up 16, 17, 18, and 19 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I think in 21.
Is there 21?
I don't have a 21.
There's no 21 on the agenda.
We don't have 21. Okay.
Is there a new agenda? Or?
Is this
Is it 21?
the second agenda we got or the first?
This
The
is the one I
second
got in
one.
the mail.
Oh, that's right. Irma sent out a revised, but on our desk is only the old version. What's 21?
All right, so
I have 21 as a injured on duty, 20,316.
so we have
That's number 19 on our agenda, isn't it?
yeah, it's a little off, but we have 5,203.74 cents. That's the firefighters to injured on duty. The next one is $1,181.09, and that goes from firefighters to injured on duty. Then we have $18,322.10, and that's for the that's for the police for injured on duty. And then the last one is $20,316.45, and that's for police to injured on duty. It's all the ones that I have, and although the numbers are off, they're all listed here. So motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading on all these. Our discussion. Standard operating.
Standard accounting move for the purpose of when
There you
a
go.
safety official is injured on duty, they are still paid their salary, but they're not performing their duties, so it's just a good way for accountants to keep track of that.
And
Counselor Bacon.
once again, I would like to understand why the sergeant that's been on there for months as an injured on duty is still there and
Yes.
not into some other category.
I'm waiting for an answer. I'll call the chief tomorrow. All right, so with that, motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for all of them.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
He's gone. He left.
okay. Givner, Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez, McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera, Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Givner's back
Sorry,
on.
this is, sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. Yes.
That's okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Unanimous.
So those pass. Motion is to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
All right.
All opposed? We stand adjourned.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.